Yo, what's up, Digital 420? How you doing?
I truly think it's insane that I can build a powerful machine learning model nowadays just by chatting to an
Doing great. Thank you for asking. Probably just chilling. Probably just chilling today. What about you, Digital? What are you doing today? Noise? What game are you thinking of playing? I was talking with a friend about maybe watching this Eurovision thing. I might have to log in though to his thing and do it on my laptop while I stream. It's not available on YouTube in America. Helldiver is nice. I never got to play Helldivers. I saw something about it, like, I don't know, something about the game store with Helldivers going wonky. I don't know. I'm also trying to figure out Twitter Live on my phone, but it's not working. Do they want me to pay to go live on Twitter? Okay, there. Now it's working. Never even had a Twitter. Oh, okay, yeah. They are changing it a lot. I think it's working fine though. I'm testing out the live feature. Good afternoon, Kagato. Good afternoon, Jerome. How you guys doing? You saw my Twitter live thingy? Is it working now? I was having issues, but I think it's working now. Noise. Doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. Oh, you saw the ping in Discord for Kick, probably. I still need to fix that. It's not going to the announcements room. It's just going in general chat for some reason. Twitter looks like it's working but can't comment on stream. Interesting. I wonder why you can't comment. I don't think I set it so you can comment. Maybe because you're not logged in? I don't know. Someone try and comment on Twitter Live. Can I comment? I don't know how this works. It was just a song lyric, Jerome. .303. Good old 303. Hello, Bryce. Yeah, I don't think the comments are working on Twitter. Wonder why. Maybe I'll try Instagram Live on my phone. What's up, Archie? I heard you have to have subscribers to let comment allowed. Man, Twitter is so pay to play these days. What the fuck? That possum is staring into your soul. He indeed is. He's staring into my soul too. What the fuck, Elon Musk? Why do I have to pay for people to be able to comment on my live stream? The fuck is this shit? Like, what? I guess I'll go to Threads, man. What the fuck? You just commented on it? On my Twitter Live? I don't see it. I did not see the Northern Lights. You had to go to, like, northeast Colorado to see that, and that is not where I live. I looked outside. I didn't see shit. Well, a live stream with no comment section is a little lame, so I'm gonna get off Twitter Live until I figure that out. Might check out Instagram Live. My Instagram is Cassie Catnip. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out, man. Apparently you can see some of them in Florida. Damn. Okay, goodbye, Twitter. I'll be back, Twitter. I'm gonna go check out Instagram Live. What's up, Dave? I appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful day with your kiddos. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. What is up, Bryce? How's your day? Thanks for looking on YouTube. I appreciate it. Went to Alaska once in 2018 and 2 times in 2019. Didn't see the Northern Lights once. I've never seen the Northern Lights. I've seen pictures of them, but I've never seen them in person. Used to live in Alaska as a young kid? That's cool. Okay, what's up, Green Reaper? Bryce, hello. I see you in Twitch chat as well. You saw them here in Vancouver last night? Cool. Left a like on YouTube. Thank you, Kagata. I appreciate that a lot. I'm trying to get back in the swing of things. Get that streaming vibe going. You know what I mean? I am starting to feel less awkward about it. getting more into the flow. Trying to find some good music to listen to right now. If anyone has any song recommendations, throw them at me. New Star Set song from 8 days ago. Mother's Day is coming soon. Mother's Day is tomorrow. Anyone doing anything cool for Mother's Day with your mamas? Or if you're a mama? I'm a mama. I am pretty far away from my mama and my kiddo right now. But sometime this month I will be there. You did, Jerome. Sending you so much love. I hope you have a good day of remembrance and peace and love and thinking of them. I also lost one of my grandmothers, so I will be thinking of her tomorrow as well. Going to brunch with your mom and grandma sounds lovely. Just texting my mama right now, actually, as we speak. Thank you for the follows, Brandon and Shadow. I appreciate you guys. Welcome in. Welcome to my live stream. My name is Cassie. Celebrating Mother's Day today, since you have work tomorrow. Cool. Going to dinner with your parents and your dad is cooking barbecue ribs. Nice. Very cool. I think is it Mother's Day in South Africa yet? Damn, this Star Set song is getting heavy. Oh, okay, it's only 9 p.m. over there. So it's not Mother's Day in South Africa yet. I was curious because I was going to message my friend's mom. Don't mind me. Can you guys hear the audio okay? Yo, straight up, it's not even playing through the speakers. Okay, I see. Okay, it's like really quiet. Is that better? Can you guys hear it now? Hello, Kira. Long time no see. How you doing? This game hates me now. My bounty is a screeching peen track. What? Ah! Okay, cool. I turned it up a little bit. Yeah, this song goes hard, man. Look up a dragon called Kazu. Bipedal wyvern. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. It's a peen. Boiling hot over there. Oh no, is it hot? Like the weather? It's been kind of chilly here, but I do live in the mountains. I saw your Twitch notification the other day. So I did at first. Fucking FKIN. And Twitch was like against terms of service. So I'm like, oh. We're flipping, not fucking. Okay. Okay, Daddy Twitch. I hear you. I hear you. What's up, Psychedelic Jutsu? How you doing? I'm not flippin' scared of him. Flip, flip, flippity, flip. Flip. Flip it a flop. A flippity, flip, flip, flop. That tattoo is tough. This one, thank you. Appreciate it. It's not finished yet. I really need to make another appointment with my artist to get the shading finished. I've got some other ideas too. Thank you for the follow, Psychedelic Jutsu. Flip it over here. Good noodles only. Yeah, I'm a good noodle, man. Real good. Valley, hello. How are you, love? Oh, damn. Yeah, fucking climate change. It's doing shit, bro. Like, lots of flooding, lots of fucking whack shit. What happened on Twitter? Wait. What happened on Twitter? I ended the live. Is there something happening? Okay, so I see you guys can comment. You guys can comment on the live, like in the comments section. But I can't see it on the live stream for some reason. On Twitter. Hello, James. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it. I did not see the aurora last night. I saw pictures. It looks super pretty. Any big birthday plans? Oh, well, man. So for my birthday this year, I am gifting to myself a divorce that I have not been able to do because I was just like hoping the whole time that the other party would like work with me. But nope, that's not how it is. So for my birthday, that's like my main goal this month. Yeah, I have like a wish list and stuff. If you guys want to get me things, I'll come hang out on stream and open it. I'm not sure what day that will be because I might go see family. Life's rough. Life is rough. But it's okay. It's also amazing and beautiful. But like, yeah, I'm kind of like not really planning anything for my birthday this year because I've just been so overwhelmed with all that stuff. So yeah. Yeah. But my wish list should be properly set up now. I'll put it on the thingy thing in chat or whatever. I probably won't do things like specifically like on my birthday. But maybe we'll do some cool stuff throughout the month. I'll talk with my friends and see if my friends want to do anything. Yeah, Kira, let me just catch up on chat and then I'll get into it a little bit more, I guess. Yeah, does anybody else have a birthday this month? Have any birthday plans? I know Gim's got a birthday this month. Aw, missed you too, Kira. Thanks for stopping by. Curled up in bed nursing a headache from a long concert last night. No, did you at least have fun, Valley? Did anyone else see the aurora last night? You have no birthday plans. Hi, Kellogg. Hello, Red Liger. Is that Crafty? Hello, love. So instead of a banner that says, "It's your birthday," we should get one that says, "You are divorced." Happy divorce! Thanks. Thanks, man. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. You want to do something simple? Maybe get some nice food? Yeah, something like that would be cool. Maybe a show. Yeah. We'll see. I know my friend is gonna be in town, and a couple of my friends are gonna go see Melanie Martinez. Thank you for the biddies, Gim. But I don't think I can afford that because the tickets are kind of expensive. And I wouldn't even, like, get to sit next to my friends necessarily because it's, like, one of those concerts with, like, assigned seating. And I saw Melanie Martinez last year, so I'm not too worried about missing it. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll do, like, a little DJ set from my house or something. Maybe. Maybe. That would be fun. But yeah, that's, like, my main goal this month is honestly, like, getting the divorce. Because it's, like, it's put a roadblock in front of so many things for me, and it's just been, like, I've just been kind of, like, hoping with time, like, maybe it'll get better. The other person won't, like, resent me as much and hate me as much, but it is what it is. And I have to do it completely on my own, and there's a lot of factors that make it really complicated. And, yeah, I got married back in 2015 and separated back in 2019. And it is 2024 now. So it's, like, just been this thing that's, like, constantly looming over me because, like, there was, like, a lot of really hard things to deal with within the relationship and after. So yeah, it's been really difficult, for me mentally with that, honestly. So I very much feel like once I'm through that process, I will not feel as weighed down, with, like, the dread of that. So that's my little present to myself, is to work my little booty off until I can make it happen, even if, you know, like, it depends on what state I get it done in, right? Because some states, they're like, oh yeah, it could take up to $15,000 to get this dealt with my current situation. And I'm like, word! Okay. But we're doing it. It's fine. Yeah, but in general, if I'm, like, low energy, flaky, it's because I'm going through that process right now, and it's kind of, like, affecting other aspects of my life, because I have CPTSD, I'm trying to get back into therapy, but, like, little booty? Did I say little booty? I don't know, man. Sometimes it's little, sometimes, you know, sometimes I'm just, like, a little guy, and then sometimes I'm, like, a bear. I shapeshift. But, yeah, my mama's messaging me right now. She's being supportive right now. We've had a rocky road because of everything, in my life, but she's being very supportive right now. I'm very grateful. I love my mama. Love my mama very much. I think it's my grandma's birthday. Shit, I asked her this before, and now I forgot. I'm just gonna text my grandma real quick. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm really bad with dates. Like, since the pandemic, days have just fucking blurred together. I'm trying to get back on a good schedule and get a good sense of time, but there's just been so much shit that has, like, fucked my brain. But it's okay. It's all good. We figured it out. Will I be streaming tomorrow? Maybe. Yeah, I'm not gonna go see my family until, like, later in the month, so yeah, I think I should be streaming tomorrow. Thank you! I appreciate it. I think Wyoming is the cheapest state. I've actually considered Wyoming. Well, the cheapest state to get a divorce, right? Or the cheapest state to live. Probably to get a divorce because we were on that topic, but the thing is with a divorce, a lot of the time you have to be, like, a resident of said state. And so that makes it kind of complicated. Thank you for the biddies, Gim, because, like, I'm in one state, my ex is in another state. I don't know which one, don't ask me, he won't tell me. And then kiddo's in a different state, so it's, like, complicated. But yeah, we're figuring it out. But it's just, like, annoying, because, like, I go on the site to do the thing, and they ask me a bunch of questions, like, about, it's mainly about our debt. Like, it's like, how much debt do you have? How much debt do they have? How much money are you making? How much money are they making? What are all your assets? And I'm like, Please, for the love of God, don't make me split my assets with somebody that I have not seen in person for 5 fucking years. Like, they make it really complicated. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Thank you so much, Kagata. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm thinking like, yeah, like doing a little like rave type thing for my birthday party. That would be cool. Probably here, maybe a little bit on the spicy things, but mainly here. What's up, James? Already said hello. Century's got a new song coming soon. Very cool, very cool. Let's see. What's up, WoobTube? Wait, what? You need me to Bree cut that? Oh my god. Bree. No worries, WoobTube. Oh my god, I used to love Broken Side and 303 back in the day. Spicy rave? Yes. We could do like a casual rave, transition it into the spicy rave. Would be fun. You want to game or watch videos today? I could go for maybe watching some videos. Probably not gaming because I gotta get makeup done and get some customs done because I've been putting them off for a while. I'm really trying to get all the customs done. Trying to get them all done because I have a bunch of cool projects I want to do. Thank you so much, James. I appreciate it. Yeah, so luckily it's not necessarily where I got married. Because that was in Texas. I don't want to have to do all that in Texas. Yeah, but it is kind of complicated. I really, like, honestly need to talk to more lawyers, but the thing is about talking to lawyers is a lot of them want money. And I'm like, can I just, like, do this myself? And last time I talked to a lawyer, they're like, yeah, you know, if you do it this way, and the other party signs, then it just costs $500 and then you're good to go. But then the other party is like, doesn't want to sign. They're like, I'm gonna die soon anyways, so you don't need me to sign. And it's like, bro, you have been telling me that for 5 years. I don't want you to die, but like, the fact that you can't even sign like a piece of paper and you're so like spiteful towards me that you're just gonna tell me I have to wait until you die? Like, fuck you, dude. That's so fucking manipulative and abusive. It's fucking weird. But I can't do shit about that. I can't control about other people. If they want to do the things they want to do, that's up to them. I cannot do shit about it. So I just have to figure it out. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. That's what it was like the entire time, Kellogg. And that's the thing. And that's why I'm like so traumatized in regards of like finalizing it, is because for a long time they're like, you need to hurry up and finalize it so I can end myself or I can die and you don't take on my debt. And I'm like, what? I'm like, I am like going through like medical shit, like moving, like dealing with like, and you're like, do it now. And I'm like, you fucking do it. Like, what the fuck? You do it. Like, anyways, it's bullshit. I don't want to get into it too much for too long, but it is like, that is like the main thing fucking up my brain right now, and stopping me from streaming and doing the things that I want to do, because it's like they watch my shit. They like, you know, it is what it is. I tried to like encourage all like the good aspects of this person and you know, like giving them money even when we weren't together. Like their van breaks down, I give them fucking money, you know, like shouldn't do that, right? But like after I do that, they'll like hurl things at me like that I deserve to be abused. And I'm like, okay, go off with the fucking money I've given you and the car you stole from me, homie. Like, anyways, love you guys. I'm not perfect. I definitely did shit wrong in the relationship, but this person's 5 years older than me, and it's like they just treat me like absolute dog shit. Like I'm just supposed to take care of everything, and it's just like, I'm trying, bro. I'm fucking trying. Shit ain't easy. You should know it ain't easy, because you don't even want to attempt it. Thanks, Kellogg. I appreciate it. What video? it's like, it's sad. I don't want to like generalize all men, but I have had some really troubling, intense experiences with men that made me want to swear off men. And not all men, but the whole like narrative that like women are just like gold diggers like seeking high value men is complete bullshit, because like every fucking long-term relationship I've been in, I've been like the main breadwinner, and people have been like asking me for money and me for things, and I've felt used and taken advantage of, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, it's not all men, but it's enough men to ruin the fucking chances for the men who aren't like that, you know what I mean? So other men should tell other men when they see them doing shit like that, like, hey homie, let's like not, let's not. All men, all women, all this, all humans, man. It's not like that. I don't want to overgeneralize, but my experiences have contradicted the talking points of a lot of red pill men that like to blame things on women. It's not all women's fault either. It's just like a gender pendulum of like, you're fucked up. No, you're fucked up. The patriarchy fucked me up. Well, fuck you. I'm gonna fucking rob all the men. You know? It's like there has to be like a balance. We can't just like keep swinging that shit, you know? But it is something to be acknowledged that like women were treated as property for a long time. And I do think that kind of like affects the way that like some guys have fucking treated me. I'm not property. Love is not possession. Love is freedom, in my opinion, in my viewpoint. Yeah, it's like, it makes, I feel like people feel like safe, or like they have something to kind of like grasp onto if they like create stereotypes or generalizations, like keep them safe, you know? I think it's kind of almost like a natural thing people do. But it also can be like reductive and not helpful to people, so. Hello. Good morning. I'm on Twitch.
Good morning. Can I look at you?
Yes. Marchlots has awoken. She heard the men talk, and she's like, ah, these fucking men. Except for the ones in chat. Y'all cool. Y'all cool. But yeah, I'm down to watch some videos if you guys want to recommend any. I think I have media share on, but if you have permissions to, you can just post them in chat. Yeah, if you gift a sub or something, I'll prioritize you, or some biddies. You can drop them in Discord. Chat says hello. She says hello. Today's a good day. Today's a good day. I had some weird fucking dreams. Bro, my dreams. The apocalyptic dreams can fucking calm down, bro. Every night.
All the time.
Every night is exhausting. Fuck.
I have a question.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Yes.
There's some cheesecake left that has just
Yeah.
been there.
Oh yeah, all yours.
Fuck
Eat
yeah.
that goat cheesecake. I mean, it is 1:29 p.m. They're trying to get on somewhat of a regular schedule, so I don't think they mind being woken up. They woke up the other day. Aesop has been having digestive issues, and they woke up to Aesop shitting the bed at 8 a.m. and they're like, they were actually so good about it. I was like, other people would be like, what the fuck? She was like, no, I was trying to wake up earlier, so actually it was good.
Blessing in the sky.
Oh man, sorry, my alarm. Political videos okay? It's the Daily Show. Yeah, political videos are fine right now. I don't mind. You're beautiful. I would be your boyfriend any day. Listen. 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 You're gonna have to consult my wife before you, you know.
Alright.
Can you post it in the Discord, Crafty? Or message it to me on Discord. Or you know what? You're Crafty, right, Red Liger? I'm pretty sure you are. I could give you VIP. I think you'll be able to post the links when you're VIP. That should work. Get the wife's consent, yeah. she's held me while I've cried over men, man. You gotta go through her and you gotta convince her that you're not gonna fuck me up.
I got 6 hands.
She's got 6 hands, bro.
Horns.
And horns.
Yeah.
You heard her. You're a lion now because you're in new armor. Nice. There's a new Channel 5 video, but it's definitely not safe for Twitch. Oh, really? What's going on in it? See, I gotta be careful with that because, like, Twitch is a bit PC. I definitely be watching some stuff that's probably not great on here. Like, Valley, today, I wanted to make my title the actual line from the song. That I'm not fucking scared of him, right? But I can't. Twitch is like, no. Flips only. No fucks. I'm like, fuck. Flip me. Keep flipping up. My chances. See, I'm like, while in a divorce, not looking for more partners. I'm fucked up, bro. I have trauma from, like, my last, polyamorous dynamic, with my ex that I'm divorcing that still fucks with my head. And I'm a very poly person, but it's like, that situation, like, there was no communication, and I felt all types of, like, not given a fuck about throughout it. So I'm fucked up. Like, even with my friends that I, like, love, like, I have this, like, tenseness about, like, even making content with people, whom I love. I just, like, my brain is not working right. Not the way I wanted to. It's like, listen, buddy, get with the program. Because it's, like, also, like, I feel like I'm literally going to be, like, I need therapy, right? Full disclosure, I need fucking therapy. I think I'm gonna be beat for, like, doing things that are not objectively bad, but that are, like, subjectively bad to someone who didn't treat me right. So, you know, I personally, like, I'm, like, I don't know if like, a triad is necessarily what I want. Like, that's vibes and everything, but I'm more of just, like, a very open person. Like, I like to express love with people I want to express love with. I don't like to feel, like, tied down. Obviously, like, communication is important, but I have a bad trauma with monogamy. That's not for me. But also, as far as, yeah, like, new partners right now is a big no. Big no for me. Just be ENM? What's ENM?
My little croissant.
Hello?
Would you like some coffee?
Yes, please, thank you. Hello. Wholesome street fair with giant king gathering. Okay, maybe we can watch that on, like, Kick or something then. Can I do Monkey App stream? I've heard of Monkey App, but I never have checked it out. Sorry, I'm catching up on Kick Chat right now. It's a guilty pleasure back then, so I assume no one is willing to be liking them now in 2024. Yeah, dude, I was too young to be listening to, like, 303, but I was anyways, because, like, I was like, this is cool. But yeah, problem is, even if you call them out, they shrug it off like a joke, or that your opinion is invalid because you aren't as alpha as they are, therefore must be jealous. Ah, yeah, woob, that is a fucking thing for sure. That's, like, it's so hard, and I think a lot of humans in general really struggle with reflecting on their own behavior and taking accountability, not singling anyone out, not just men, like women obviously too. It just seems like kind of a general thing. People struggle with that. So yeah, it is hard when, like, friends call friends out on, like, problematic behavior, because a lot of the time it does end the friendship or they get dismissed. Yeah, like, I reached out to one of my ex's friends when my ex was, like, treating me unfairly, and I couldn't handle it, and they were maybe in harm's way, and I reached out to their friend, and I'm like, hey, can you like, reach out to them? And they're like, I tried, but didn't work, so I think you're gonna have to be the person to talk to them. And that is so frustrating because it's like the girlfriend, the partner shouldn't be the one to have to fix all of the fucking things. Like sometimes like relationships, there should be more community, because then if there's like strong friendships, the relationship is probably going to be healthier, because then if there's like an issue, then the friend can pull the other friend to the side and be like, hey man, like, you know, what's going on? How can I validate you? But also, like, maybe you don't need to like treat this person this way. This is like really affecting them. I think more mediation is important, and like couples therapy is great and stuff like that, but it's not always accessible to people. So if like friends are involved, if at all possible, you know, I think that would be a good solution for a lot of people, just to have better friendships while having a relationship, and not just completely abandon your friendships for the relationship, and then when the relationship starts to get toxic, it gets way more toxic than it needs to, because you guys are just like on a little island together. Yeah, it's like it takes a village to raise a child, but it takes a community and a village to have like healthy relationships too, in my opinion. I appreciate you guys so much, Kira. I love y'all's existence too. Crafty, did you send the link to that video? Okay, Kellogg sent a video. Crafty, can you send links now because you have VIP? Oh, ethical non-monogamous. Yeah, I vibe with that. No, Kagato, I feel that hard. It's rough. PTSD's a bitch. Like, I was talking to my friend about this too, is like when someone's like at the door, like I have this thing too, is like, I feel like someone's gonna burst in and start like looking for my phone and breaking things. It's like, that's not normal. No, yeah, wait a minute. The mushroom motherboard. What is this? Which one do I watch first? Interesting. Yeah, this was 2 months ago. It's got 7,777 views. However you say that number. I can't math. Saying numbers is math. Don't question me. Okay, wait, I gotta put this on screen. Hold on. We haven't watched videos in a minute, so I don't have this set up. Wow. Can you kiss my feet, my queen? Listen, this is not the place for feet kissing, my friend. This is kick.com, sir. We're here to play video games, watch videos, and talk some shit. You know what I mean? You're fine. Couples therapy is good as long as you find a good one that it doesn't fall for manipulative tactics. I had one that fully sided with the toxic ex who lied about sexuality, didn't want to be in the relationship. That sucks. Yeah, I don't like the whole siding with people kind of thing, because I think there is room to validate both parties without like someone having to pick a side. And I feel like when you're in a relationship and that other person is like your adversary, it's like, it's really hard to fix conflict, because then you want to be validated, but you're not willing to validate the other party, or vice versa. And people can get really stuck in that. I've definitely been stuck in that before. And villainizing people is not good way to fix relationships. It's like, what's the point then, you know? Video to add to the queue. Very nice. Let me set this stuff up on screen. Make sure I don't got no corn on the cob floating around. You know how it be. But my friends, I have a couple friends that are a couple, and they are in this new couples therapy. It's like, I forget exactly what it's called, but it's something like emotion-based processing, something. It sounded really cool. I was like, that sounds awesome. So that is probably what I'm going to be looking into. I've never done couples therapy. I've only ever done, like, therapy sessions where my family would sit in on, and those were rather traumatic, but I have faith that this will be much better, because like I'm an adult now. It's kind of like hard when you're like a kid and you're put in therapy to like talk about your issues, but then your parent is in there and they're just like blaming you for everything instead of trying to understand you, that is not helpful. So that's what I experienced as in terms of like a therapy session that was more than just me and the therapist, which was not ideal, but I know that it could be much better than that, so I'm excited to try that out. Yeah. What's up, Drago? How you doing? That makes sense, Kagato. I really want to get into martial arts classes still, and there's one somewhat nearby me, so I'm gonna be checking that out soon. Thank you for sharing the live, Kellogg, on TikTok. I appreciate that. You see feet? You don't see feet. What are you talking about? Oh, no. I'm sorry, Woob. That's shitty. That sucks. That's, like, what my main thing in relationships. Like, I'm very poly, but don't fucking lie to me. Like, do not manipulate me. Like, you could be doing so many things and I would be cheering you on, but if you lie to me, then I'm just an anxious mess. I'm not vibing with that. Wait, where do you see feet, man? Where are the feet? I don't see any feet on the screen. You're tripping. And did you take LSD? Well, are you just like having feet trips? The sacred geometry is turning into toes. Give me one sec. I'm trying to add this source. I forget how to stream, guys. Come on, just give me a minute, okay? I'll figure it out. I swear. Ah! It dropped my moonshine and it turned me into a bird. YouTube. Tripping on toes. Get it? Tripping toes? That is not YouTube. Haha, this is YouTube. Alright, mushroom motherboard, here we come. Haha, I said come. Anyways. Peen Dragon KO, do you know?
Somewhat understood by humans and at times mind-boggling both in terms of how it works and what it's capable of. They're overlooked on a daily basis, often regarded only as an inconvenience or an oddity. But those who really know fungi know just how special they really are. But even the most fungus-obsessed super nerds out there might be surprised by one recent revelation. Fungi can be computers, and it turns out they might actually be crazy effective at tasks that classical binary computers struggle to perform. Forget quantum computing. Mushroom computing might be the way of the future, and today
I'm glad you got closure for that, Woob. Damn. GG. Good fight. Yeah, I feel like when getting into relationships, this is not valued enough, but complete transparency about, like, at least as far as your knowledge, because people change over time, right? Like, that happens. But don't lie about your shit at the beginning. I shared something on Twitter about this. It was like, it's not a consensual relationship if you're lying to be with someone. It's just not, it's not right, bro. It's fucked up. So yeah. Right? Like, tell people the truth. Give them the option to, like, have an autonomous decision about whether or not they want to build a life with you. Because if you lie to them, that's not fucking cool, bro. Don't do that shit.
if you want to find out what's going on in the world,
Absolutely, Woob.
log on to the World Wide Web. But if you want to find out what's going on in the forest, you're going to need to go to a different source. The so-called Wood Wide Web has been investigated by modern science for the better part of a decade now, and while it's the sort of strange natural phenomenon that just begs to be blown out of proportion, the
You got this, Kagato.
Wood
Go
Wide
in.
Web are pretty cool in themselves. The concept in question is the so-called Common Mycorrhizal Network, or CMN. Natural networks of fungus that spread out in filaments through the soil of a given forest. At times, those filaments will connect the roots of trees to each other, and in some cases, they'll connect quite a few root systems to each other all at once. There is a lot about CMNs that we don't know, although that won't stop a hell of a lot of websites from claiming that trees literally talk to each other or something like that. But what does seem to be clear is that these fungi do transfer information to each other. Not by any conscious means, of course, but by steering each other toward things like nutrient or chemical deposits.
I have not seen this specific one, no.
Very different form of communication than anything we humans do, but it's quite literally living proof that fungi in the natural world are able to transmit information to each other about their underground ecosystems. Now, as cool of a finding as that is, all by itself, it's also become a jumping-off point for a handful of global scientists and researchers to ask a bigger question. Is it possible to harness the information processing power of fungi and turn them to the advantage of humans? There are a few ongoing efforts around the world to try and answer that problem, but the best known among them, and the one we're going to be covering today, is known as
Valley. Valley says, alternatively, just become the lie. Get deeper and deeper into the web of deceit until you don't recognize yourself in the mirror anymore. Was this always my hair color? Is this my face? Who am I? Fucking skinwalking it. Skinwalking through relationships, bro. I used to change myself for people in relationships. I used to like want approval and validation from the person that I was enamored with so bad that by the end of the relationship, when it began to be like really toxic, I'd be like, who the fuck am I? And then I just really just cannot do that because I know much better who the fuck I am, what I want, what my goals are in life now. I can't be doing that shit. But I was. Yeah, because I was like, I love him. I want him to love me. I'm not good enough. No, fuck that shit. Thank you. This bitch just brought me coffee and a blueberry muffin and some Scooby snacks. Bravo, Raggy. I'm in love. What the fuck? I love you. Oh, man. Yeah, and I really, like, thank streaming, though, for helping me figure out who I am and what I want and what I like and what I don't like. Because, like, with that, like, going into future relationships, I was really a lot more like, these are my absolute no's. These are the things that, you know, have some wiggle room, but, like, I'm not quitting my job for anyone, because that was a huge thing in the last serious relationship I had. That lasted 5 years was I had to quit my job at several different points to make them feel comfortable. And that, I just, was not good for me. I did not like that. But yeah, I know that was a joke, Valley. I'm just kind of playing with the joke. Because, like, I would do that shit. And I think a lot of people do that shit where they, like, really want that love and connection so bad that they will change themselves for someone to a point where they don't recognize themselves. And that's not good. Because you'll find better connections if you be yourself and just keep, like, growing and working on yourself. Obviously, like, don't be yourself to the degree that is very toxic. But, yeah, don't, like, feel like you have to mold yourself to be the perfect thing for someone else. Because that's a road to self-destruction in my experience. Yeah, a healthy amount of change, for sure. Yeah.
Laboratory at the University of the West of England in Bristol. Headed by Laboratory Director Andrew Adamatsky, the lab at Bristol plays a leading
Commit to the bit.
They've been at it for quite a while now. In the early days, Adamatsky and his team were fascinated by the idea of transforming slime molds into devices to both compute and to explore the world around them in a meaningful way. They were drawn to one slime mold in particular. That mold, Physarum polycephalum, turned out to be a hell of an organism when Adamatsky and his team began studying it. They and other slime mold researchers around the world found it to be incredibly adaptable. As Adamatsky and co-authors...
Do you not even want to know what it is?
This is weird stoner food, guys. Trademarked. Weird stoner food. I'm guessing it's tuna mayo barbecue sauce on toast.
How did you know?
I got a good eye.
I was curious what it would taste like.
Pretty good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I love it. My breakfast.
You want the piece or just...
No, it's all good. I got the muffin. Thank you.
I love it.
I love it too.
By presenting data to Physarum polycephalum in the form
I agree with that, Valley.
of repelling stimuli, that is, a profoundly weird version of binary data that forces the organism to process it in order to go through its life, the Bristol team could make their slime mold problem solve, make decisions, and even store memories, all of which are not the sorts of behaviors that you would expect.
Yeah, like, I had no interest in poker whatsoever at any point in my life. It was actually a little bit traumatizing for me. But then, one of my partners, he went on, this poker live stream. It was really cool, and I really love seeing, like, him passionate about the things he's passionate about, but I don't feel like I have to, like, be as immersed. I'm just like, yeah, that's your thing. I think that's cool. But, let me hear his video way down, like, volume-wise. I can turn it up. And, like, me with, like, my interest in, like, mycology and psychedelics, he didn't know much about, so I'm like, this is really cool.
The gross stuff that we find in an old takeaway.
Is that better?
At the back of the fridge. They were even able to explore the ways in which these slime molds could express their own unique form of creativity, generating novel and useful ideas, and even solving maze problems. Again, this is a slime mold we're talking about. They aren't even proper fungi, and they can solve mazes. This is insane. But as the 2010s wore on, the Bristol team began to realize that as awesome as their slime molds were, there was one problem that was going to seriously limit their potential for computing. Because the networks that make up a slime mold are constantly changing, they can't be relied upon to form a stable computing device. Sort of like if neurons forming a network in your brain were always swimming around and changing the structure between them, or constantly dying off and being replaced with new neurons in unexpected places. The team needed a new subject for their paper, a proper fungus that mirrored the positive properties of
Had to get more sunlight in here.
Is
Is the volume now better now?
Bonus points if they ended up being, say, easier to find, easier to manipulate, or easier to keep alive in laboratory conditions. Before long, they had a mushroom that checked all the boxes, a humble little phylum of fungus named Basidiomycota. They are primarily filamentous fungi, and if we may go so far as to say it, they are some pretty freaky-looking individuals. Among the more recognizable members of the group are the oyster fungus, the ghost fungus, the enoki fungus, the split gill fungus, and the cordyceps fungus. And yes, that's the cordyceps of The Last of Us fame. But they also appeared to be ideal candidates to form part of a computer. They too transmitted information, this time via electrical activity. They could run computations across their networks, and their fruiting bodies formed an interface. They respond to stimulation with electrical signals similar to those in plants, and they prove to be programmable, albeit
You wanna-
sort of programming that
You wanna... Your fruit bodies wanna interface with my fruit bodies? Sorry, I'll shut up before I get banned.
in an Intro to Java class. At least in theory, they could solve all the same geometric problems that the old slime molds could, including, just for the record, the traveling salesman problem, which is the fairly complex task of finding the shortest possible route between a network of points while only visiting each point once. Whether the mycelia, or the slime molds for that matter, understood the idea of a traveling salesman, is, thankfully, not very important. Once the candidate, Basidiomycota, had been identified, the next step in the saga of fungal computing was to figure out how to integrate them into computer systems. In this role, as part of a larger machine, a fungus would become a piece of so-called wetware. That's instead of either hardware or software. In general, wetware is any biological component added to a computer system, be they a seed, a virus, a culture of bacteria, or even a brain, and for the most part, they're theoretical. So crossing the gap with a fungus would also constitute one of the first times that wetware ever had been truly integrated into a computer system at all. And when you look at some of the work that's been done in Bristol, you'll quickly realize that when we say that the mushrooms are added to the computer system, we're not kidding. In the past few years, that particular laboratory has produced actual motherboards with mushrooms growing out of them and mycelia growing inside containers and interfacing with a wide range of electrodes. All this in hopes of incorporating the natural structure of a mushroom into the motherboard or electrical circuit directly. If you take a mushroom, for example, it's important to recognize that the mushroom itself is not the entire fungus. They've also got mycelium attached to them, or that is, a branching sort of web that functions roughly similar to a root system in plants. Those root systems can conduct electrical signals, which can be received and passed along from a non-mushroom source like a computer before being passed along from the mycelium to other mycelia or to the mushroom part. That That mushroom is called a fruiting body, and much like an animal brain, the fruiting body of a mushroom contains enough hardware to send and receive complex electrical signals. These signals allow the fruiting body to be a place where a mushroom can, say, keep data in the form of memory. And just like the slime molds that we discussed before, they should have the ability to engage in complex computing processes that modern binary computers can't handle. These processes are dependent on mushroom cells' ability to transfer electrical signals between each other, similar, again, to how a brain works. That sort of communication inside the fruiting body of a fungus by cells that aren't just talking to each other in a straight line, but enmeshed into a three-dimensional spiderweb of connections with each other, enables a level of sophistication that is exponentially more complex than what today's computers can do. And like the neurons in a brain, mycelium networks have a lot of other advantages over regular computers. For example, if you take a mycelium and you stimulate it from at least 2 points, the conductive pathway for electricity to travel between those points gets a lot stronger. Signals can travel faster and be more reliable. Other mycelia have different shapes or structures, enabling them to carry out different tasks. Hypothetically speaking, these sorts of mycelial networks could conceivably be built into a fungal imitation of an animal brain, but that's not what the Bristol team or anyone else wants to do with them, at least not yet. For now, the fungi are given a simpler task: interfacing with the signals sent within modern computer hardware and establishing an ability to communicate in a common language. That language is as simple as electrical pulses. At this point, the team at Bristol and others like it have shown that they can get externally generated electrical signals to interface with a mycelial network, basically zapping the mycelia in a way that makes them talk to each other. They can also get signals out, that is, have the mycelia send electrical pulses to the researchers' electrodes, and for the researchers to be able to take those electrical signals and translate them into something meaningful on a classical computer. The presence of an electrical signal coming from the mycelium translates to one half of a binary language for a computer. The absence of a signal is the other half of the binary. That, all by itself, is the Rosetta Stone connection that allows beings to talk to machines in a common tongue. At this stage, the completed loop between fungi and motherboards are not particularly complex, and the goal, as it stands now, is just to keep on providing proof of concept. Don't get us wrong here, there are plenty of limitations to the idea that simply translating electrical pulses into binary data would allow a computer to fully understand what a fungus is telling it. That's the functional equivalent of someone with a 1,000-word vocabulary trying to explain concepts to someone with a 10-word vocabulary. Basically, you end up leaving a lot on the table. But where the fundamentals sort of work,
Sorry, I missed a bit. Just talking to my wife.
System in plants. Those root systems can conduct electrical signals, which can be received.
I've asked and deserve to lose. No! You got this. Maybe take a break though.
Mycelia or to the mushroom part. That mushroom is called a fruiting body, and much like an animal brain, the fruiting
Bro, if mushrooms could grow computers and like so much of the stuff we use, we would not have to. We don't have to anyways, but like think of like the exploitation in like the silicon mines and shit like that, like where people are like not making enough money. We could exploit mushrooms instead. No, but like I don't think we should like exploit them, but work with them to see what we can accomplish. Cause, there's better ways. Like I think it was the solar panels that they're making from like plant cellulose that I was looking up a while back. Those were super cool too.
Enough hardware to send and receive complex electrical signals. These signals allow the fruiting body to be a place where a mushroom can, say, keep data in the form of memory. And just like the slime molds that we discussed before, they should have the ability to engage in complex computing processes that modern binary computers can't handle.
Become one with them. Become one with the mycelial network, guys.
Electrical signals between each other, similar, again, to how a brain works. That sort of communication inside the fruiting body of a fungus by cells that aren't just talking to each other in a straight line, but enmeshed into a three-dimensional spiderweb of connections with each other, enables a level of sophistication that is exponentially more complex than what today's computers can do. And like the neurons in a brain, mycelium...
Okay, so I'm thinking, for my birthday party, real quick, my chair is squeaking, but to have a Cassie Catnip DJ tea party. I got this tea set right here that I got from this little cute shop around here, and I have some stuffed animals, and we can like have them all sit around a table and we can vibe. Mushrooms are poly. Pfft. I'm a mushroom. I am a mushroom. There's nothing anybody can do about it. You can kill this body, but then I will just go into the mycelial network into dirt. You know, you cannot stop it. It's just
Networks have a lot of other
what it do, you know? It is what it
For
is.
example, if you take a mycelium and you stimulate it from at least 2 points, the conductive pathway for electricity to travel between those points gets a lot stronger. Signals can travel faster and be more reliable. Other mycelia have different shapes or structures, enabling them to carry out different tasks. Hypothetically speaking, these...
Okay. I should learn when to shut the fuck up, but I haven't learned it yet. So, literally, the reason this divorce is so important to me is because, like, he tried to fucking kill me for camming, for literally doing a Skype show with someone and calling them master. This motherfucker put hands on me and tried to murder me to the point where I'm blacking out and, like, I didn't deserve it. I didn't deserve that shit. Holy shit. You can kill me, but I will return to the dirt and the mycelium, and I will still be Polly. I will still be Cassie Catnip. I will still be all the things that I am. You cannot fucking kill my spirit. Straight up, bro. Holy shit. Sorry. Anyways.
Networks could conceivably be built into a fungal imitation of an animal brain, but that's not what the Bristol team or anyone else wants to do with them, at least not yet. For now, the fungi are given a simpler task: interfacing with the signals sent within...
Women are not possessions.
and establishing an ability...
Women are not possessions.
That language is as simple as electrical pulses. At this point, the team at Bristol and others like it have shown that they can get external...
I'm gonna start rapping. I got too much shit to say. I got too much squirrel energy.
Basically zapping the mycelium in a way that makes them talk to each other. They can also get signals out. That is,
No, yeah, like straight up, bro. Straight up. Multiple times, too. Multiple fucking times. That time, though, was the real fucking scary one. And that's where I agreed when I was like 19 to not cam anymore, was because I did that thing that was so horrible that made him do that to me. So then I was like not allowed to cam after that, and then I didn't, and then we became homeless again, and bada bing bada boom, then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll take your money now that we're homeless again. And what the fuck? No, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. No, motherfucker.
take those electrical signals and translate them into something meaningful on a classical computer. The presence of an electrical signal coming from the mycelium translates to 1/2 of a binary language for a computer.
The universe works in mysterious ways, and I definitely feel like if that shit comes back to you, bro. Like, you can't just fucking Even if you kill me, good luck in the next life, bro. Good fucking luck.
Is the other half of the binary. That, all by itself, is the Rosetta Stone connection that allows beings to talk to machines in a common tongue. At this stage, the completed loop between fungi and motherboards are not particularly complex, and the goal, as it stands now, is just to keep on providing proof of concept. Don't get us wrong here, there are plenty of limitations to the idea that simply translating electrical pulses into binary data would allow a computer to fully understand what a fungus is telling it. That's the functional equivalence of someone with a 1,000...
That shit was years ago, though. That it definitely still like fucks up my mental space when relating with like other people, but like I'm not currently in danger, hopefully. That was in 2015. When I started 2015, no, 2016? 2015 or 2016 when I started my camming career. But yeah, fuck that shit. Never ever let people do that shit to you. Fuck that.
Explain concepts to someone with a 10-word vocabulary. Basically, you end up leaving a lot on the table. But where the fundamentals are concerned, that proof of concept is already there. And now that the bridge has been crossed for organic fungal matter to communicate with electronics, it's a matter of adding new capabilities and making the process work better. Put simply, step 1...
Much. And I'm so grateful for my online community, my amazing friends, the lessons I've learned from other people, even if people don't stick around. Like, I've learned a lot from other people in my life. A lot of wisdom from people. And yeah, I am much better than now. Very grateful for where I'm at, and yeah, really ready to put that chapter behind me. But like, as I'm going through this filing process, it is all coming back up again, which is why I like avoided it for so long. But it's like, you can only avoid something for so long until it's like, okay, it's still there. you still gotta fucking, do the process, because we live in a bureaucratic society where all that shit is necessary. And I made the stupid decision at 18, barely turned 19, to marry someone who treated me in those ways. So that was my choice. It was naive. I was very young, but still, we learn, we grow, we move on.
Seems to be complete. So that's at least a rough idea of how a fungal computer could really work. And we do say a very rough idea because unfortunately many of these processes are just far too complex for my teeny brain to understand. Certainly too complex to sum up in a single episode.
Take the mushrooms and then try and understand. I feel like it's okay. I don't want to encourage people to do something that's like not like, obviously do your research, know yourself, everything, all the disclaimers. But I feel like for someone to fully understand like mycelium computing, like it would benefit them to maybe consume some mushrooms. Maybe. I don't know though, because I'm not I would have to learn more. I'm not like super into computing and coding. That's not really like my forte, but interesting for sure.
First, there's the advantages in computing itself, and those advantages, all told, are pretty massive. They're able to conduct calculations in parallel to each other, rather than sequentially as in binary computing, meaning that they can not only handle multiple tasks at the same time, but they can do their work significantly faster than current technology is capable of. They could hypothetically be able to handle
Hey man, I wish. I actually do really want to start growing more of my own mushrooms. We grew those oysters, but my house is almost completely together, and I do think there's probably some spots where we could make some mushroom growing workout. And then yeah, you might see me at the local farmers market like slanging some mushrooms. That would be really cool. Hey man, there's lots of mushrooms that are federally legal, as well as I'm really inspired by the movements to decriminalize psilocybin, specifically in places like Denver, Boulder, Oakland, I think San Diego, different parts of the country are really getting on board with that. And I actually recorded this little seminar that I went to at the University of Colorado that I wanted to expand on more and show you guys a little bit of that experience, because I didn't know that Denver was the very first place to decriminalize. And there's a broader conversation that I want to have based off that, with like medical legalization of psilocybin versus decriminalization. You guys have probably heard me say this before, but I think the decriminalization aspect is the most important one, because I don't believe people should be in prison for these types of things. Yeah, if it's nonviolent, yeah, and it just puts more power into the hands of people who are trying to make profit off of them. And I don't believe in necessarily like gatekeeping naturally occurring substances to a point where they're only accessible by specific means that bring profit to very specific people. Yeah, it's my little 2 cents.
image and video processing to simulation or processing of biological systems.
I think the word is the commodification of it is what bothers me. It's like it was like so heavily criminalized, and then it's like there was this period where there wasn't a lot of interest, and now with the resurgence of like interest and conversation about it, it's being like overly commodified, which is the aspect of it that I don't like, which is why I kind of held back on the psilocybin facilitation, as well as like the financial aspect of it for me with affording schooling, putting $8,000 up front. I would still maybe love to be a psilocybin facilitator or something like that someday, but I guess I'm like leaning more towards the activism realm of it, because yeah, like there's certain parts of the country I don't necessarily like feel fully safe in, because I don't want to go back to jail, like because of the things that I say online or whatever. Cyanide is a natural substance. Yeah. Is it illegal? My thing with like psilocybin criminalization versus like there's other mushrooms that are like deadly poisonous mushrooms that are not criminalized. So it's like, what? That doesn't That doesn't make sense. Okay, I see. I looked up, is cyanide illegal? It says cyanides are illegally used to capture fish near coral reefs for aquarium and seafood markets. That's fucked up. That's like a whole other fucking thing, bro. But like, I don't know, bro. I feel like you take psilocybin and psilocybin will be like, maybe we don't use cyanide to fucking capture fish on the coral reef. What the fuck? Yikes. But is it illegal in general? It's not illegal to purchase cyanide, but it is illegal to produce. So you can legally purchase cyanide, but you can't legally purchase psilocybin. See, like, that's just proving my point even more. Like, what the fuck? What is that? Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I feel like with like compounds in your own body, like it's like what the person does with their actions. And there should be more education around it, because like just criminalizing it, like such a blanket statement like that it's bad or illegal is really reductive in my opinion. It's like if someone likes The Rock wants to be roided to the kills active movies, what's the harm? Yeah, I think like the main thing is like evidence shows that criminalization of substances has not led to like necessarily like less substance use. People like to use drugs, and people will get creative if you tell them they can't. Unfortunately, and like I think trauma and all that shit in society is a bigger issue than the substance itself.
Massive, ever-shifting phenomenon like the earthly environment or the universe in a much more
Hemlock.
rounded way.
What's hemlock? Not too familiar with it.
Meaning that from an engineering perspective, they can be developed into new and
Yeah, exactly. They want them to work, but also they want them to get high on the things that they decide are, you know, good for getting high on. But then there's like things like alcohol that are so heavily regulated and you know, common for people to use, but they have more harmful side effects, arguably, than something like psilocybin.
degree of flexibility in terms of what you can actually do with them. And then there's all the practical advantages of having a computer literally made of living material. They consume far less energy than a traditional computer and can be disposed of without adding to the immense amount of electrical waste humans generate. After all, they are biodegradable. They can self-repair and recover from issues that would cause system failure. A far cry from laptops and tablets today that can't survive a splash of water. It might even be resilient to electromagnetic pulses, although on that issue the jury's still out. More than anything, fungal computers are special because of how complex and adaptable they can prove to be. If there's one thing modern computers are not, it's flexible. They're unable to morph the way that they work to solve new problems.
My big thing is like if big pharma is trying to replicate psilocybin and put it in pill form, and the real thing is still outperforming the replicated version, it's like, why don't we just like let people have the real thing if that's what they want and what they think will help them, you know? When big pharma is like, when the federal government makes something illegal and then big pharma just tries to like replicate those molecules and have it commodified in pill form, that's fucking weird, bro. That's weird. Just let people have the naturally occurring thing.
They're not able to truly learn in the way that a living being can. Mycelia change all of that. And they've got particular promise when it comes to forming highly evolved neural networks and AI models that could prove exponentially more advanced than anything humans have at their disposal today. And all that isn't to say that fungal computers are an improvement across the board.
Interesting, Kagato. Very interesting. I've heard of it before, but I didn't really know the context of it.
They're also going to need some pretty specific environmental conditions in order to function. A certain humidity, a certain temperature range, all of that stuff.
I think when I think of hemlock, I think of like, what is it, Hemlock Grove or whatever that Alex Jones talks about. That's the first thing my mind goes to.
Examine the sorts of places that these fungi might eventually show up, their potential value to humanity becomes very hard to ignore. They could end up being invaluable as wearable technology. Imagine them as, say, an ultra-advanced Fitbit that actually understands what's going on inside your body, rather than just taking a few readings and trying to guess the rest. Living fungal apparatuses have been shown to be able to respond to all sorts of physical stimuli coming from a human body, including chemical processes that current wearable technology is incapable of accounting for. That innovation alone would revolutionize.
Wait, what was Socrates guilty of? Socrates was found guilty by a jury of 501 Athenians and was forced to drink hemlock. Many scholars have argued that the charges against Socrates were politically motivated and have understood his trial and conviction as an attack upon freedom of speech and an indictment of democracy. Oh shit, what did he say? Rip Socrates, bro. What the
The way that humans are able to monitor our own bodies, accommodate and respond to health crises, and much more. Fungal computers can be incorporated into so-called smart building materials and everyday commercial and household technologies at exceptionally low cost and with hardly any environmental impact. Fungi have incredible potential to function as advanced sensors, processing the world around them in a way that no typical electronic sensor could hope to do, and again, surviving all manner of environmental challenges or stimuli that would render a modern sensor inoperable. And of course, there are the other myriad benefits that come from using
he was.
version of a neural network in mycelia, particularly the insight we might gain into being able to communicate directly with brain structures like our own. How far the current work in fungal computing will ultimately lead, it's impossible to know until we get there. Perhaps a future society will become inter-reliant.
He probably talked about the criminalization of psilocybin. Oh shit, I'm next. Fuck!
People go through their lives, the biotechnological version of the animal sidekick perched on a movie character's shoulder. Perhaps fungal supercomputers will fill entire warehouses with cultists.
The government's like, oh yeah, you think naturally occurring substances should not be criminalized? Oh, okay, we're gonna give you all the naturally occurring substances all at once to see what happens to you. That's what they're gonna do to me.
They're capable of doing tasks that would require classical supercomputers 100 times that size. Or perhaps it's all a pipe dream, and the hyper-futuristic world we might have a century from now considers mushrooms a quaint little relic for their vegetable gardens. If one thing is for sure, it's that any large-scale adaptation of fungal computers will be a lot more complex than a device-for-device replacement of the technology we use today. Instead, it'll be an incredibly sophisticated fusion of technology with biology, creating something fundamentally different, and with any luck, fundamentally better than even the most stunning.
Good video. Excellent video. Thank you for the recommendation, Kellogg. This one was yours, yeah? Crafty, where's your video? I didn't save it. Or did I? Maybe I didn't. Crafty! And then Valley had one.
There's a battle playing out for our very humanness. It sets the context for every...
Listen, buddy. One battle at a time, okay? One at a time. I didn't queue them up. I'm a bad streamer, guys. Help me out. I'm scrolling in chat, but I can't find it. Oh, wait. Here it is. Here it is. Copy link.
You've spoken to Gen Z. Many of you.
Okay, I got the videos. We're good.
I don't know if you spoke to them. How many of you spoke to John for the? Okay, you. That's crazy.
Turn this into a focus group, maybe?
This is a focus group. Is that how you do it? Is it? Are these? How do you get to Gen Z? I have 2 of them in my house, and I don't know what they think about anything.
They want to be listened to. It's actually quite easy. You can bring a group of young people together.
Listen, man. I don't want to stand in the room with the demon core, right? I don't mean like existentially like fucking horrifying, rare, naturally occurring things. I mean like the shit that grows on cow shit. You know what I mean? Like it's like, okay, so methane's bad, but if my cow that I have, you know, as a pet, Aesop, he takes his shit, am I going to prison because there's methane in that shit? You know what I mean? Like within reason. Like there's psilocybin growing on farms, like down the fucking road. You know what I mean? Like just stuff like that. That's like common, right? I don't mean like ah yes, let's all go mine plutonium and fuck. No, that's not what I mean. But I also don't think Big Pharma is trying to synthesize plutonium in a pill. Or the demon core in a pill. Dude, imagine like someone's too like goody two shoes and they get prescribed demon core pills. It's demon time. Okay.
A couple simple questions. Do you feel understood? No. What do people like me
We should send the children to it. Fuck. Fuck.
It's actually quite easy.
Can I tell you something? That is the plot of The Breakfast Club. That. So is this mostly focus groups? Are these checklists and surveys that you pass out? How is this done?
What we do, and we've been doing this for almost 25 years now at Harvard, right? Because young people 25 years ago were interested in understanding their generation. And to do that well, you need to go beyond traditional polling and asking people what they think, right track, wrong track. You need to spend time, immerse yourself in these communities. We spent a long weekend in Michigan with 25 students or so just a few months ago to begin to understand.
Now, are these people, do you put up a flyer or do you put that on?
Well, sometimes we literally go into coffee shops. Sometimes we'll hang up posters asking people if they want to participate.
Bro, I was like hanging up shelves in my guest room that my friend's staying in, and I was like, she was struggling a little bit, and I just like got it, and I was like, she's like, how'd you do that? And I was like, I did this, and this, and then I was, I was like, thanks, Dad, for like, because I used to help my dad do construction and shit when I was younger, like not like a ton, but a little bit. And I was like, yay, child labor, because like I learned a bunch of shit when I was helping out when I was younger, but yeah, I don't hold that against them. It's just a little yoke. But I honestly, I think I could build a whole ass house by myself if I needed to. I like did the roofing, I've done plumbing, I've done a little bit of electrical, like I've definitely installed flooring many times. I got this shit. I am a man.
Sometimes we'll recruit people based upon certain demographic groups.
I got to do more than hold the flashlight, yeah.
The sample size is
Because before my dad did like when I was really young, I'm pretty sure he was like doing mainly construction, and then it transitioned into like karaoke, and then adult foster care, and then like construction on the side. So I pretty much learned that kind of stuff my whole life, you know what I mean? I was also like when they were running an adult foster care home, making meals and shit, and like with my grandma too, because she did adult foster care. I was just like the little like kitchen goblin, like just making food for grown adults, like at a young age of like 4 years old or some shit. I don't know. I've always been doing something, cause yeah, like when your parents or your grandparents are like adult foster care providers, that's a 24/7 job. So
to people who visit coffee shops.
I do need a tool belt.
That's just one phase, right?
We organized all my tools, but they're in this like plastic box that isn't meant for it. I need a toolbox and a tool belt. I need the whole shebang. Maybe I'll add it to my throne wish list for my birthday. Because I'd really, really love to buy land this year and really start building shit for stream. But I gotta find a piece of land to buy where I can actually get like Starlink or some kind of good internet. But yeah, what's up with that sober guy? It goes pretty good. How are you doing? Excuse me. No song stuck in my head thanks to that. Ditto. What song is that, Kagato?
And we learn
I love Ditto.
from those kinds of questions, and we conduct very large-scale surveys of a relatively small population. So whereas most polls across the country might have 1,000 Americans, maybe a couple thousand Americans,
Right.
we do a couple thousand young people between the ages of 18 to 29 who are representative of that generation across the country. So we learn from the conversations in coffee shops, in community colleges, and online.
Good morning,
and we take
sunshine.
those ideas. We learn from what we here and we try to quantify that through very large-scale, very rigorous surveys a couple times a year.
And what then?
For your RA, what's RA?
How is that? Is that then sent to the media and they use it in a reductionist way that doesn't understand anything that you're talking about? To make it seem as though on college campuses all across America, all they talk about is Israel, Gaza. Because I've been on those campuses. All they talk about is getting laid in classes.
It depends upon, listen, it depends upon what media outlet.
Oh, damn.
There are some media outlets.
Good luck with that, buddy.
And they run them around the world as propaganda to say this generation.
In a reductionist manner.
Yeah, to say this generation of Americans are anti-American. You'll see that around the world. So you can use polling as propaganda. This
Hope it
started
helps.
because not enough young people were participating in politics. Back in 1996, like when we were young voters, only a third of us voted in the presidential election.
Thank you so much for calling me a young voter in 1996, when I believe.
Hey, that's when I was born.
Enough to have been president.
How old is he, man? It's like he has full gray hairs and stuff, but I don't know. He just seems like a young guy because of his attitude.
In your
But yeah, he's obviously much older than me.
It's very difficult to take a snapshot of something and say, this is the picture of this generation, without it being a generality.
Right, yeah.
Is that I think the goal of this, or the goal of any public opinion research, is to give voice to a generation, to give voice to the vulnerable.
But isn't that TikTok? Isn't that what social, like, I've never had a more heard generation. I can't get them off my phone.
Yeah. And if you take a moment off of their phone, you know what they're going to tell you? They're going to tell you that several days, last couple weeks, they were depressed. They're going to tell you some serious concerns they have about their own mental health. And it gets pretty dark in some cases. They're going to tell you that they're not confident that they'll ever be able to do what we did in terms of own a house.
Bro, the amount of people within my age group or a little bit younger that are suicidal is, I just got goosebumps, insane. And it's like everyone can go like do therapy and like do all the things, right? Do all the things that you're supposed to do. But it's like, can we just kind of acknowledge as a society that pushing the responsibility all onto the individual to be like, oh yeah, just like take this medication, pay all this money for therapy, do all these things, but like completely ignore like the cost of living and like wars and things that like young people are saying like, hey, this doesn't seem right to us. Like maybe it's more than just an individual issue. Maybe it's the societal issue. Maybe, just maybe. I don't know. And just my 2 cents.
They'll tell you that they're concerned about literally being homeless. There's virtually every focus group I do, whether it's virtual or otherwise. Last night, 2 members of a focus group of young people had already been homeless for an extended period of time in their home.
How quickly
and that's what
do
we're
they
trying to do.
reveal these sorts of things?
Within 15, 20 minutes.
Yo, dude, literally, like, I'll get on stream and I'll be like, yeah, that reminds me of this one time I was like homeless and because it's like when you become homeless and it's such like a, especially depending on what circumstances it takes to like get there, it's like a fucking worldview shattering thing that is so intense. It really just exposes all of the flaws of the system that people just incessantly normalize. So I feel like people who have been homeless, it's like they do talk about it a lot because it's something that deserves to be talked about. It's like there is something wrong here. Something. Few things maybe. Like maybe talking about it is good and we should figure that shit out. We should have some more safety nets, you know? Just a little bit. You're just like, you know, like, oh, you're a college kid who's struggling financially. Oh, free housing, you know. You already pay thousands of dollars for tuition, you know.
Kind of what the polling is that you might see, the reductionist polling versus true public opinion research.
Right.
The way I get to this is, I asked 3 questions. Okay, the first question is,
I have not heard of that. That's sober guy.
What's the best part of your life today? Next question, what keeps you up at night? What are your stressors?
Right.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna meet Socrates in the mycelial network, and we're gonna be vibing little mushrooms, just like fucking. What's up? Way out here. What's on?
Point that they open up, and this is something I think unique about this cohort of younger people, of Gen Zers, that they feel so disconnected from older generations because older generations through the media and otherwise consider them snowflakes, right?
But
And
no
they poke
generation
fun.
ever feels connected to the young generation never feels connected to the older generation. That's the whole point. They're here to replace us. We're
Yeah, bro. So like maybe we should like listen to them sometimes, bro, and maybe they'll like, right? Like you're like a boomer and you're like listening to the young people and you're like, ah, these fucking young people don't understand everything. It's like maybe you could try and understand what they're saying a little bit more, and maybe they could set you up with a little bit better of a retirement plan. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I was like, I'm 28 now, and I got treated like I was fucking stupid my whole life for like the ideas that I would have. But then it's like they're becoming more commonplace, especially around like other young people. It's like maybe we could just listen to the young people a little bit sooner, and maybe they just entertain their philosophies and like the way that they see issues in the world, and not just like badger them incessantly with, well, it is the way it is because it is. It's like there's a time and place for tradition, but to look at the younger generation as like someone we can learn from rather than someone we need to like break down and instill dogma into, I think would benefit humanity personally. But look what happened to Socrates.
breathe, swim upstream, and then die off.
Right. But what this generation
Socrates.
is
Socrates. Is that Socrates? Socrates? Suckatitties. What?
real and virtual than maybe ours,
Sorry,
right?
I'll see myself out.
What would you like our political system or our media system to do with this other than to come out and go, hey, these guys are worried? Because what we ultimately end up getting, I'll watch the news and just see the Harvard School of Politics Institute did a survey, and the number one
So sorry to hear that, sober guy.
15 is Israel Gaza, and 14 is emo music. Like and it'll just give you this list, and there's no illumination there. It's just a list.
What I want.
That's fucked up, sober guy. Yeah, I grew up in an area where kids were getting into harder drugs like way too young. Just in general, like, you know, there's never like a right age to get into hard drugs, but like, yeah, like kids I went to middle school with, I found out later in life, yeah, they were actually into like hard shit since like the age of like 12. And like when I was homeless, like I met a girl on the streets who was my age, 18, and she had been doing, you know, meth since she was 11 with her dad, you know, like it's like the war on drugs has not done much for anyone except for people who are trying to exploit people because of drugs, in my opinion. Holy shit, there's a huge spider on my ceiling, guys. Don't tell my roommates because they'll freak out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys. No, my roommates are both scared of spiders. Guys. Guys. It's that black dot. It's the black dot. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's huge. Guys. Oh my god. I need a moment.
Oh.
That's exactly why I told you I needed a moment.
Wait.
Yeah, I got this. Just return to your enclosure
Are you
first.
trying to save it or like?
It's really big.
Can I listen? I can kill it with like one shot, bro.
Okay, I'll leave the room. Oh god.
You good?
Guys, I'll BRB.
It's in the right light. Watch this.
Okay.
Mind if I use your spanking tool?
Wait, you can't show it on stream. Oh, go ahead, go
sorry.
ahead. No, you're good. I don't think it's allowed. You're good.
Okay, run.
Guys, I'll be back. Bro. 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 Bro, I'm so scared. She got it. Bro. Bro, I'm like, the government can fucking take me out just like Socrates, and I'm gonna fucking become part of the mycelial network. I don't give a fuck. Then Spider walks in the room, and I'm like, I have fear. Ah, that was huge. The camera didn't give it justice because it blurred it, but F in chat, guys.
I think there's like a splotch against your roof. So.
Bro, this happened in the bathroom the other day, and I was like, I was told by Ryder that there was a spider in the bathroom. I was like, oh, I'll try and save it, and then we go in there, and it has babies. And I'm like, oh.
I'm not doing that.
So much for being a vegetarian. I'm a murderer. Fuck. All the spider fans in chat are like seething. I'm sorry, guys.
That was... See, if I have one enemy, fine. But I have multiple ones, I might need some assistance.
Oh my god. Hello, Elite Breaker. Hello, Scotland has the best national animal. What is Scotland's national animal?
Unicorn.
I'm against genocide unless it's spiders. Listen! Don't genocide the spiders, but also don't invade my home. Man! I don't like killing spiders. But also there are poisonous ones here, so I get a little freaked out.
Yeah, motherfuckers have been biting me recently. I don't like that.
Yep.
I don't like that. Don't lay eggs in me.
Ah! Unicorn? Oh, really? Scotland's national animal is a unicorn? That's cool.
I told you.
Oh, okay.
I said it.
I'm sorry. I didn't recognize that was related to that, and then chat said it, and I'm like, wait, what?
I knew that. I did. I got that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spider. In the next life, that spider is gonna come whoop my ass. That's okay.
And they are doing it to understand these concerns.
Thank you.
So they can
Throw it.
speak to these
Thank you.
concerns.
How many would you like?
That's good. That's good. Thank you very much.
Not only can they speak to these concerns, but if they could show the track record and the progress that we have made, because
I'm legit like about to cry because we got the spider. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I feel immense guilt whenever I have to kill a bug. I blame the psychedelics. Before, I used to not feel like that. I'd be like, I will kill every bug in existence ever. But then after psychedelics, I'm like, but a soul. Except for mosquitoes. Fuck them bitches. They biting the shit out of me, bro. It's self-defense, okay? With mosquitoes, that shit is self-defense. Thank you.
on college campuses, it was over 60%, which is essentially the same rate as all Americans. And what's interesting about this is not only
Just like staring at the crime scene, expecting the spirit of the spider to fling me in the eye or something.
it was the youth folks specifically. In the
Now there's a fly on my mic. The fly's like, haha, you killed my main predator. Now I'm going to harass you.
Michigan, Arizona, and Georgia, who by 20 points voted
Really?
for Biden. Donald Trump won
I
everybody
don't know if we
over
get
the
the
age
fly
of
swatter.
44.
I don't know where
So
that
it's the
is.
young people in particular who are responsible for flipping those states from
He's
red to
okay.
blue and electing Biden.
If you were young people
Honestly,
today
it's my
and you
karma.
did that, and you overcame that,
There's a
what
fly
has been
swatter
done
somewhere
for
in
you
that area.
other than some of you,
Who knew
in
it?
terms of like
Cool.
loan forgiveness or something along those lines.
Unless
But
it was
do you
new.
think that the politicians
Will you roll me a joint?
did honor
Red light,
that
we'll
vote?
leave you a joint, of course.
think so.
Thank you. I know.
No, there's things there. Oh my god.
Cool. Thank you.
Dollars of student debt relief
Right.
in the last 3 years for over 4 million, soon to be 10.
Listen, I'm learning my lesson right now, Valley. If the fly bothers the shit out of me, it's my karma. I accept it. I fucking accept it, okay? I'm sorry, Mr. Spider.
Information just has to be delineated to them, or they're not feeling those effects yet, or are they disappointed? Is this survey different for you?
Yeah, I know. Like, okay, so my thing with the spider is currently being reincarnated, and I hope the spider comes back as, like, a bear, and, like, it fucks my shit up, honestly. Not actually, but if that happens, Hopefully the bear doesn't kill me, but if the bear wants to, give me some boxing hands and like little rar and scare the shit out of me, I'll be like, okay, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. But I accept it to the fucking fly. My title's like, I'm a vegetarian. Murders bugs all stream. Oh god, dogs are coming. Hold on, guys.
Well, I think that's the challenge, right? Because what I care most about is participation, okay? And what drives participation is whether they can see a tangible difference in politics and government and their vote.
Right.
And despite what I believe has been the most pro-youth agenda in several generations from the Biden administration, despite that, few young people appreciate that, right? Few young people know the climate, the gun violence, and student debt forgiveness as examples.
Right.
Right.
Are they thinking about things more immediate to their lives? Is that why they're feeling differently?
Well, I don't think they're watching the news as closely. It's hard to get some of this information in the news. So much what's in the news is a negative, part one. But the other thing is, compared to what the policy preferences are for seniors, like you can feel $2,000 prescription drug cap. Mm-hmm. You know that. That's immediate, right? You can see in your 401k, right, the record performance. You can feel that. These things may take a generation to actually feel, with the exception of debt relief.
So wouldn't it I wonder if it would make more sense if instead of, if the idea is to make it useful information for people that can be actionable, is the idea maybe to think of this more as a customer survey, the way that a corporation might, to say, what is your satisfaction with the United States government or the government or your life, and what would improve it?
Exactly.
Do they do that?
We essentially do that. So
it's like a customer service.
It is essentially a customer survey. And I will tell you, it was pretty tricky, very difficult 25 years ago when we started. Okay?
Right.
We have been honored. Inside the RNC, the DNC, our students have briefed the administration, the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and the Biden administration directly. So we are honored because of the work of the young people who craft the questions here, that we do have the ear.
And you think there's an understanding now of this? Are you finding the kind of polarization that we see on social media, and is the algorithm driving their opinions in a way that wasn't happening 25 years ago?
Absolutely, and of course, there's no equal side to the algorithm, right? It's.
Is it radicalizing this generation?
I think there's an element of it, for sure. I certainly think there's an element of those people who feel like the backlash, right? Who don't feel connected. The thing about this generation is essentially 2/3 of this generation share a relatively common set of values in terms of what's important for government to focus on and to fight for, right? So if you're a part of that 1/3 who feels disconnected, there is that opportunity, I do think, with these algorithms to go into some pretty dark places.
Where's the disconnect? Is the disconnect from the media, from how the politicians utilize that information, from their own misunderstanding of how the world should listen to them? Where is then the disconnect?
I think it's all of the above. I do think that young people, they're used to information quickly, right? They're used to, asking for something and receiving it, in an instant, or being delivered to them, right? So there does need to be, I think, some greater appreciation for the system and the process, part one. But like government, specifically government and political parties, need to understand that elections are won and lost based upon what young people think these days. 40% of the electorate are going to be Gen Z or millennials. 40% in this coming election.
When? This election?
This coming election. Gen Z and millennials. Okay, they have a shared set of values.
And you write in there that their passion will save this country.
I do think so, because as I talked about the severe kind of anxiety and depression that they have, but in many cases, other generations, okay, who feel that way, it's normal to actually, flee, okay, and to run away. But this generation has decided to use all the tools, as David Hogg, the Parkland activist, talks about, in their civic toolbox to fix problems and to stand up for the vulnerable, whether it's voting, whether it's protesting.
Do you really think they're different than past young generations? I mean, that kind of idealism and that kind of activism has always been a part of that, and then everybody gets jobs and says, F it.
Well, listen.
Generally, I mean, that's been my experience. I mean, that's the whole, you know, what happened. The hippies and the yippies turned into the yuppies, and they all went down to Wall Street. And, you know, I feel like we keep getting trapped in this cycle of like, the children are the future. And you're like, yeah, they've been saying that forever. And the cycle keeps repeating as though we didn't also have the potential to do it, but we didn't. And they.
I think, so two things. One is this generation of younger voters voted at twice the level as millennials, Gen
But
Xers.
that's the least
number one.
you can.
But still twice, right? When we were their age, 14, 15% of us voted. Okay. Now
You know
it's
why? We were building a society. We were out in the streets, bricks and mortar, building a society.
And how'd it go? Right?
Not well.
Right? And how'd it go?
Society!
So that's
Hello.
that is part one. But I am telling you that they are committed. They are committed to dealing with these issues because I'll tell you why.
Or just the ones you talk to. That's only my curiosity.
No, we talk to everybody.
I have two.
Talk to everybody.
Oh, you don't talk to me. You didn't talk to my kids. You'd come on here tonight and go, they just like watching Netflix. They really.
Wait, Rabiro, what are you saying? My live share to be a trillionaire. What the fuck?
I think we tend to want to look at
Thank
it in
you.
a sweeping
Ice cream. There's a bunny in my yard.
kids are, and we tend to then simplify it into a monolith, and that is the first step in misunderstanding and misrepresenting what they actually do.
Guys,
I
oh,
liked
no.
much more what you talked about when you broke them down and they
can't see
started
'em.
talking to you as individuals. It's maybe when we have to take
He's like
the
looking at
reality
me,
of
bro.
their
I
lives
swear to
and
God.
make them into data that we go wrong. Is that possible?
I think so, but in each generation does have kind of a central identity. So, for example, Gen Xers, okay, we were, in terms of politics and ideology, split relatively the same, as many as conservatives, as liberals, Republicans, Democrats, whereas this generation is different. The reason that this generation is different, this is important, that no generation since the greatest generation has dealt with more chaos, more trauma, more quickly than Gen Z. All of this at their footsteps before the age of 25. Listen to
The fucking spider turned into a bunny and he's coming back, bro.
When I was growing up, Martin Luther King was killed, John F. Kennedy was killed, Robert Kennedy was killed, the Vietnam War was on, and then there was Watergate.
and we put someone on the moon and we came together for that. This generation,
But that didn't negate all the other shit.
it did not. And every generation has their trauma.
Yes.
But this generation hasn't seen America at our best.
No.
When was the last time this
You
your
see it?
kids felt good about being American?
My window
connected to
film is
everybody?
cute, but you can't see the bunny, chat.
Yeah, again, this is the kind of generalization that I think I take issue with. That idea that, like, this generation has had challenges in a way that no one else has, I just think that's putting upon them a sense of victimhood that is not necessarily, and I think can ultimately have them play into that identity, as opposed to saying, yeah, man, your perspective
Okay,
is
I'm gonna
this
take
is
a
the worst
fucking
the world
picture
has
of it.
ever
You can't
been.
see
But I'm
shit.
gonna tell you something. The world is hard, and it's horrible sometimes, and it spins out of control. And all we can do is fight every day to make the world more look like the one that you want it to be, but to treat them as though they have faced some kind of condition that is so anathema to everything that all these other generations have faced doesn't feel real to me.
I didn't say more than all of the generations. What I
Well, you
said
said
was,
since the greatest generation.
and the difference, though, is without seeing America united. The difference between a millennial, in my view, and a Gen Zer is a millennial remembers September 11th and September 12th and 13th. For that period of time, when we came together, a red county and a blue county, hung the flag, we came together.
It's like a day.
It was a short period of time. But this generation doesn't understand that. And it's been division after division. And it would be easy for them, in my opinion, to not engage in politics, not try to work with other people to try to
How much of
address
that
this.
is a fiction? How much of that is imposed upon them through the algorithm and through the media? That somehow, we were just talking about this a young woman in the audience said, how do you remain hopeful? And I said, the way I remain hopeful is to separate the world that you read about and hear about on the news and in the algorithm from the world that you experience.
Okay, I've gotten video evidence of the bunny. I'm not insane. Did you guys see me out there? Check snap for an animal. Okay, well, in a minute.
But we had nuclear war drills where we hid under desks.
Right.
And I didn't know that much about the atomic bomb, but I was pretty sure my desk wouldn't help. But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, so we create this mythology around these things that is part of that separation.
But there's nothing seeing children slaughtered in schools. We didn't see a nuclear war. Is not mythology.
But we were seeing in Vietnam, we were seeing, I mean...
Right, no, and we are seeing that. But what I'm telling you is, listen, there's elements of this I agree, and we collectively should be putting this into context for people.
Yes.
It does stress them out. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that we don't have to agree that, but we just have to understand the way that they feel and where they're coming from and help them help themselves and help us. That's all. That's my message. And in these issues,
Okay, chat. I posted on Twitter the bunny.
a summer job
I went outside and took a video.
or cutting grass can afford a 1-year tuition at public or private university. We could do that in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. Young people can't do that today. Okay, you can work a one job and afford a house. These are the rights. Not only is this generation losing reproductive health care from the Supreme Court, but this is a generation who feels like they're losing other rights. The rights to attend a college without going broke if you work hard, right? The rights to own a home or piece of property. Right. Those are the rights. And those are
Bunny in bio.
That's
I don't think so. I don't think so.
It's about an economy. It's not, listen, young people live in the same economy that we all live in. And, you know, I would look at it like, sometimes one thing, like I happen to be in an unbelievably fortunate situation, but I look at the crunch that people feel, you know, just as they get into middle age after having worked for so long, and they just get to that college where they're putting their kids in college, their parents start to need help, and you're in that crazy squeeze. But separating that through generations isn't that losing the overall thread economically?
Bro, what the fuck? I just got a warning on my TikTok that says learn more about U.S. elections because I'm watching this.
Stress around all Americans right now.
Right.
Listen, before we did this survey,
Do we really need to talk to the Gen Z? Don't we know enough already? I watch the TikTok. It's everywhere. Are they? Do you think?
Socrates.
unquestionably, it's hurt them.
Really?
Yeah, it's hurt them.
What would you do to ameliorate this feeling that Gen Z is having, or has it helped them organize, and so you wouldn't lose it because it's a double edge?
It's certainly some pros to it. I mean, there are folks who feel vulnerable who can find community on that space where they can't find in their own community. They can organize from it. But the degree to which fear is instilled in their lives, I was talking the other day in terms of what people are anxious about, and a lot of young men I talk to have feeds every morning of car crashes, like horrible car crashes in their TikTok, Instagram feeds where they're concerned about driving to work. The economic fears about...
Wait, what?
Yeah, like in terms of the algorithms, right?
Oh, it just feeds them car crashes?
Feeds car crashes to them. It feeds car crashes to them.
How the f does that even start?
That's just kind of one example.
Can I tell you, all I get is that one girl going, I'm 2 days into college and I'm 3 lectures behind, and then it's just 1,000 people dancing to that.
That's you. That's your algorithm, right? They found you.
I'm doing it wrong. Thank you very much for coming by. Harvard's John Della Volpe.
All right, next video. Oh shit, Valley, send me the video again because I copied your bunny in bio. I took it away from my copy pasta. Sorry, the barking is the fun. It's like, what is the noise? It's okay, baby. It was not a real bark. It was a previous bark. My friend. My friend. My friendy guy. It's okay. I know. Previous Rottweilers. Oh, Valley, what was the video you wanted me to watch? There it is. Okay, cool. Hey, Bebop. What is that noise, Chewbacca? No! No, homie.
What I want to talk to you about today is allyship. Just read that.
Oh, come on, Demi. I'm a white guy. I came here to laugh. I didn't come here to be confronted with my position in the racial hegemony. Never said the word racial before.
That's how good of an ally he is.
Wow.
Never said the word Rachel.
Actually, I went to college with racial hegemony. Look, I know, it's not fun, but it's important. In these trying times.
My wife has ruled me a thing that I can't show on TikTok. I'm gonna get off TikTok live because I have 0 viewers anyways, and they're telling me to learn more about the US elections. So I'm just gonna go ahead and go do that TikTok. So I'll be back on TikTok in a minute.
And wanted to instead do a presentation on
Did it not start at the beginning?
the cartoon
No, it did.
characters that I believe are invited to the cookout.
Oh wait,
What I
here.
want to talk to you about today is
Yeah, it did.
allyship.
Here, I'll just restart it. Maybe it was a few seconds in.
Oh, come on, Demi. I'm a white guy.
I'm a
I came
white
here to
guy.
laugh. I didn't come here to be confronted with my position in the racial hegemony. Never said the word racial before.
That's how good of an ally he is.
Wow.
Never said the word Rachel.
Actually, I went to college with racial hegemony. Look, I know, it's not fun, but it's important. In these trying times, and no matter when you're watching this, I'm talking about right now. In these trying times, I think allyship is crucial, and I want everyone to have the ability to talk about it in a very real way, which is why I didn't want to do a community presentation today, and wanted to instead do a presentation on the cartoon characters that I believe are invited to the cookout.
Yes.
Hey, Demi. It's me again, the white guy. What's the cookout?
That's a great question. Please stop interrupting. Now, the cookout, in a very literal sense, is a gathering place for black communities. In a proverbial sense, it's a place where black people and their allies can come together and share in a meal and talk about the issues plaguing our communities. If you hear the phrase, "you're invited to the cookout," it's a good thing. Congratulations. It means that you've done something worth celebrating. If you've never heard the phrase in your life, First things first, I want to be clear. I'm not here to tell you what characters are racist, okay? As the cookout is a place for people of color, there are some cartoon characters who are simply going to be there because they just happen to be black. Characters like Piccolo. Goofy.
Wait, Piccolo's black?
Lola Bunny.
Okay, I see
DJ
Goofy.
Frog. Peppermint Patty. Rosie the Robot. And the purple ice climber. Pink one is a white Sicilian. Now that I've covered that and set a base, I want to talk about characters who are, in fact, invited to the cookout. And let me paint a picture for you real quick. The year's 1987, all right? Ronald Reagan is president.
I was never that into Dragon Ball Z, so I have not heard that.
Music is considered
I thought he was green.
Art is considered thuggish, and our language is considered brutish. But who steps up to the plate and shows white America that is not the truth? Bart Simpson.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah. He raps. He does
I
graffiti.
see.
And he has the wherewithal to stand up to authority and tell them they should not have a cookout. That is why Bart's invited to the cookout. Another character coming to the cookout? Garfield. Man who loves lasagna and hates Mondays. Why does he love lasagna so much? I think it's because it's the closest thing to soul food that this man and his white owner has ever enjoyed. I think he doesn't know what's out there. I think his mind would be blown by a green bean casserole. Why does he hate Mondays so much? I think it's because he's an anti-capitalist king. I think he knows affects marginalized communities more than anyone else. And he wants to stop. I think that's why he's so upset.
I may or may not be smoking reefers.
Now I see Garfield in a whole new light. It's me, the white guy again. I haven't heard my own voice in a while.
Please stop interrupting. All right, next up, we have Splinter. I mean, Master Splinter. He found himself a nice place away from the hustle and bustle and racial inequities of New York City, and he opened up his house to 4 black teens. That's right. The Ninja Turtles are black. Raphael is mixed. Woody is coming to the cookout. And you know why? Because he's not going to talk. He's going to sit his white ass down and listen. Chico is coming to the cookout. Simple reason why. She's my wife.
She's my wife. Oh my god.
Coming to the cookout. She marched on Montgomery with MLK. There are photos. Look it up.
Oh shit.
Squidward. Now he's invited to the cookout, but he's not going to come. And that's why he's invited to the cookout. He doesn't want to come. Some people think it's because he's grumpy. I think it's because he knows his place and he doesn't want to intrude. All he wants to do is sit at home and play jazz, black, and make art people simply don't understand. Very black. Now, the last person I think is invited to the cookout, the cringe. Still presents from white people. That's praxis. However, there are a few
Hey, it's that demi guy who does the 21st Night of September videos. I used to hang out with him way back in the when we were little child. It's so crazy to see him in the spotlight. Wait, which guy? The guy giving the presentation? We're degens from a video game community called Destructoid Wild Times. Waiting on a reefer Uber Eats guy to show up. Nice. Taking a sweet ass time. Oh, that's cool. Small world. Very cool. Yeah, man, I don't get weed delivery where I live anymore, but the dispensary is real close, so it's cool. But in Oregon, getting weed delivered was fucking sick. I love that shit.
Who are not invited to the cookout, and I want to highlight these people because I believe that just because they're not invited doesn't mean that they can't change their ways.
Valley posted the link. Crafty, if you scroll up.
He didn't need to do that. What he should have done is taken his ass on down to South Whoville and given those presents to some black Whovians who aren't gonna hold hands and sing on some Farmer Doors shit about how they don't need new sneakers. Waldo.
This strain, I think, is Blueberry Scone. I think is the name of this strain.
In times of war, where's Waldo? People are dying in the streets. Where the fuck is Waldo?
Oh my god, I love that whoop.
Hiding on a goddamn beach somewhere.
Oh my god.
Find him. What kind of ally is that? He should be loud, he should be proud. What he needs to do is march his ass down to a store and get some kente cloth. Now last up, this is going to be a controversial one. I don't think Spider-Man's invited to the cookout. No, I know. I'll just go ahead and get this.
But hold up, Demi. Spider-Man is black. At least Miles Morales' Spider-Man is. He's not my favorite of the Spider-Men because I can relate to him. As a white man,
Shut the fuck.
I'm still aware of him.
Please stop interrupting. Now, I am aware that Miles Morales is a person of color, but if I'm in Spider-Man's world, I don't know who that is. I see a man saving the world with a mask. I don't know what race he is, which brings up an important thing that is probably complicated for Spider-Man, is he has the responsibility of hiding his identity, but also that identity can do so many things for young people. So what is he to do? Well, I have a solution. Spider-Man needs to start saying the N-word. Picture this. You're tied to a set of train tracks, all right? You see the train coming towards you, you're ready, you make your peace with life. Spider-Man comes in, whip, he stops the train, slows it down.
Not Tobey Maguire, though.
You got a new lease on life, you're pushed off to the side.
Yes,
you're
I
feeling
did.
great. And you go, thank you so much, Spider-Man. And he turns to you and says,
Nice, nice. I tend to prefer hybrids or indicas. Sativas can make me a little bit too squirrel brain.
And I think that's an experience that people
Of course you can. Tobey Maguire gets a pass.
All of the racial available to him.
What the fuck?
Hard say.
You've made a very good point, Demi. It's really made me think about what it means to be a good ally and how Spider-Man has not done enough to show his dedication to the marginalized. You know, I've always wanted to be Spider-Man myself. He was a hero to me growing up, and now that you've pointed out his flaws, I want to start making moves towards being Spider-Man in the responsible way, which means that I, too, need to say the N-word here in front of this audience full of people. All right, here I go.
That was not okay, and I'm hoping that the dropout editors cut that out. That moment where he said it in front of all of us, just now. That was not okay. That was Thank you so much for
Demi, that was an incredibly enlightening presentation. Is Shrek invited?
Whoa. No.
Can I ask why? Why?
It feels weird to me that Donkey, black,
Yeah.
was pissing him off so much, you know?
What the fuck? OMG, I just remembered there was this one other time another black kid came in trying to do randoms for them, then we came in and they had like a mini war. Oh my god, the most outlandish show within 2S. Was not expecting this nostalgia rush today. Small world, that's cool. That's cool. I've never seen him before.
I saw that you had categorized Piccolo as black. I
Green
hear
crack,
a lot,
yup.
but
I know exactly what you
never
mean,
been
sober guy.
explained to me.
I think he's a good father. I think he's someone that's been stripped of identity in a way where he's found like community in the people around him, which I think is very black, and I think a lot of black people relate to him as a character in Dragon Ball Z, mostly on vibes. Sometimes you see yourself represented and they're green, not Shrek.
If you had to invite a Looney Tune, who would it be?
Taz.
What? Oh, yeah. Same.
Yeah, I love him.
So now it's just people you like.
Taz is gonna kind of go crazy, right?
Will he, or will he know his place and just simply, you know, restrain himself?
Right. A lot of faith in people knowing their place.
I don't. Okay, here's the thing. I think. Huh?
It's vibes based.
It's just the vibes,
Taz
man.
was probably a problem child in school, which means he had ADHD, and you know that's not really treated well in marginalized communities.
Yeah.
I mean,
And it would be cool for him to see himself on so many t-shirts.
Yeah, also that. Yeah, he'd be like, whoa, it's me and my boy Bugs on every
So many of my mom's t-shirts from Kmart.
what cartoons do you think are performative allies?
Ooh. I think the main
Oh,
one is
that's
gonna post a
cool.
black box with a caption that's like Bidoo and then a fist, and I don't.
Banana.
I will never understand, but Bidoo, I stand.
I noticed there was a pretty glaring omission here. Mickey and Minnie.
Whoa.
Yeah, well,
Not invited.
Really?
Oh.
I, myself, personally, Demi DeJuibe, unaffiliated from Dropout, believe he's got a history he's got to answer for. And it's been 100 years and he's quiet. He's on some, I don't know, type shit. Yes.
I like his tone when he goes, oh boy. Who is he saying that?
Yeah, don't call me boy.
Yeah.
Okay, Demi, incredible job. Thank you
Oh.
so much for enlightening us.
I feel so enlightened. Wow. Fantastic. Wunderbar. Beautiful. Alright, any other video recommendations, chat? Chatteroonies? Chatter boys? Chatterboxes? The universe doesn't give a fuck. The end of privacy. Blame it on the weather. But I'm a mess. How much are you looking for? I don't know. Whatever you guys want. I have smoked CBD flower. Can we just link? You should be able to, Daiquiri and Kick Chat. I'm not sure. I have to VIP people. You can just post it in my Discord and at me. You're here, I'm with you. It's making sense. Smoking CBD flower is alright. It was like that nice like oral fixation. I felt like a little more chillaxed, but then I was like a little bit like, when is the THC gonna hit? Like kind of vibe, because I'm so used to the THC feeling. It's another year. And I don't smoke like tobacco or anything like that, so the only time I'm like smoking, I'm like expecting like weed. Sorry, I'm shutting my window. The bunny left. But yeah, if you guys want me to watch something, I think Media Share might be on Posted my Discord though, if not general chat or something. Oh my god, Food Shops posts a video, I swear to god, like 3 times a day. I just like check my self-promo channel on my Discord and it's just fucking Destiny's fucking face every time. Or not, if not Destiny's face, some kind of drama related to Destiny. I'm like, hello? Finally somewhere. Isn't fate that took us all by storm?
All of us are manifesting every day. Most of us do it very efficiently.
Manifestation.
Says, I want X, Y, or Z, or I wish for this to happen. There are techniques you can use that can maximize
Blueberry yum yum. I got that blueberry. Excuse fucking me. Jesus Christ. Let's get high, let's get high. Explaining the Kendrick versus Drake beef in terms you can understand. Okay. Now we know why the bunny fled. Fuck you. It was the Rottweilers, bro. I got Rottweilers next door. There's 2 fucking Rottweilers at the fence. Right there. And the Rottweilers were like, and the bunny was like, oh fuck. Oh fuck. And then this fucking colored hair bitch is like trying to get my attention. Oh god, I'm just gonna go this way. Fuck. That's what bunny brains are like, I imagine. My first ever 420 I celebrated, I listened to the Blueberry Yum Yum song. I think for the first time.
Comedy special, The Twist, She's Gorgeous, is streaming on Netflix now. It's Catherine Cohen.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Catherine, but my friends call me Kat. And my enemies do too. They're obsessed with me.
Oh my god, why are you so obsessed with me?
Emmy-winning Max Series hacks, it's Pat Regan.
I thought I was coming here today to guest judge Drag Race. That's why I wore this gag-worthy look. Are you gagging for my polo? Because if so, that's a complete waste.
Kick doesn't let you link. Join my Discord and drop it in the general chat in Discord then, Decory. Let me link my Discord in chat.
Alright, panelists, tonight you'll all be playing for this bag of bags. That's right. It's a plastic grocery bag full of other plastic grocery bags. People across the country have these under their sink or in their car, and now you can receive it as a prize. Yeah. Yeah. So, now that we know the stakes, who thinks they're the alpha here? Pat? Kat?
Well, you know, I think I'm mommy, and I want to drive around the boys in my minivan, take them to soccer practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then I kind of want Chris to be in charge of me.
Yeah, and I'm the alpha because toxic masculinity told me so.
You really sold it.
Yeah. You like how I stuttered before I got there? I'm the alpha because I'm confident.
Get in the back.
All right, let's start with the group chat. We'll kick things off with something everyone always loves, a white person talking about rap. There's a good chance you've heard that Kendrick Lamar and Drake have been beefing for the last month, dropping diss tracks back and forth. Now, I can't repeat what they've said to each other because this is CBS and I'm me. But let's just say it's really mean. Like if someone said those things to me, I would cry. And yes, that's the only reason why I'm not a rapper. But since this is something the whole internet is
Honestly, same.
I want each of you to buzz in and explain this beef in terms our CBS viewership can understand. Chris.
Okay, it's like the show Neighborhood, but if one neighbor had to legally required to meet all the other neighbors by law, and that's all I can say on CBS.
It's my turn, of course. Basically, imagine if Big Brother had a secret younger daughter with an amazing career ahead of her.
Nice. Nice. Pat.
Wow, I won that one.
I love that Catherine called on herself. It's me.
It's basically like if you were watching Survivor, New Era, and a contestant was giving a confessional about one of their tribe mates being not trustworthy, but then they cut to that same tribe mate saying that tribe mate was too short.
That's real, man.
My favorite thing to watch on the internet is older ladies unapologetically living their lives. So, yeah, right? Thank you. So I wasn't surprised when the algorithm fed me this incredible video from Deb.
Daiquiri, can you post the video title? It didn't embed the link, so it's a little sussy.
Yeah, a real video from my real FYP.
That's me when I turn 35.
I don't know Deb, but I would bury myself for Deb. Okay, there are 15 likes on this video, and I'm 3 of them. They give TV hosts more likes. Deb has put out literally hundreds of videos exactly like this, and they all make my heart sing.
Debbie's TikTok slaps, bro.
To national television. She's about to get a lot more attention. So panel, how will Deb react when she finds out she's on TV? Pat.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited. Because I had gotten last in the previous round. Well, I have an unfair advantage because I do know Deb personally. She's like my closest friend in LA and we run around town together.
Oh my God.
And we get into some So I know that Deb would say, this changes nothing. I don't care about fame or want it. I care about my work, which is creating amazing slideshows.
Yes.
When I learned about
So
Mind
Deb,
Bloom,
Chris.
My name is Deb, and I love PowerPoint.
It's my turn again. I think Deb will be like, I don't have time for TV. I have to start recording HelloFresh ads immediately.
There are a lot of things that are so Raven, as we all know. But one thing that is not so Raven is bullying. Raven Simone's wife has been under fire for saying that she didn't grow up watching That's So Raven.
Oh no, fake fan.
It's disrespectful to her and in turn disrespectful to me.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah, stop it.
I hope to clear the air right now.
I love Raven so much.
I never have once said that I did not know who Raven was. I only ever said that I did not grow up watching.
It's like all the super fans are like, no, that should be me. That should be me. I've seen every episode 3 times. How could she end up with someone who hasn't even seen the show? I don't understand. Why Crew World?
Getting married and meeting her in 2015, I have seen the majority of her work.
Oh my God.
Bro, what the?
That's intense.
Yo, she's so serious, dog. She's sitting there like a bouncer, like, stop it.
And this woman's clearly so normal. She watched That's So Raven as an adult.
Yes, after marrying Raven.
Exactly.
Like, that was a great episode.
I want what they have.
I don't want anything near that.
But Kat, which one do you want to be?
Raven.
Raven, obviously.
That's so Catherine.
Inspired by this unified couple, defend your fellow panelists for not knowing your work.
I just want to say, I legally cannot listen to Pat's podcast because it's also my podcast. And if you listen to your own podcast, you have to be hospitalized. Right away.
True. It's true.
Thank you.
Pat.
And for that, I have been hospitalized numerous times.
Feeling pretty good.
And it's been really a financial toll. Well, I just want to say that Chris is not allowed to watch my work because of a restraining order that I did have to put in place. Which I am now lifting, and Chris, you're free to view my Instagram stories in a respectful way.
I think that Kat and Pat haven't watched my comedy because I perform for the urban youth. And they don't know any. And I'm not saying they're racist. I'm not saying that. I'm also not saying that. I just find it disrespectful you haven't seen my work. I'm a bald man, they have hair. I don't relate. I was a character. I was doing character work like this.
Audacity.
You know what I mean?
Oh my. I was like, where did Chris go?
I know. Off SNL, I need work. You know what I mean?
This has just as many viewers as SNL. We're a huge show. Don't even worry. People didn't even laugh. They were like, that's really sad. I was joking, I know. Sorry. Everyone went like, did she know?
She just saw the numbers today.
Yeah, I'm like, they told me we were as big as SNL. Oh man, all right. Whew. Personally, I love working from home. Did you know that I live here? Yeah. This screen pulls out into a bed, and yeah, it's cold. But some people are taking remote work to even greater extremes.
Come work with me from Disney. I did some work from the lobby of the hotel while eating these Mickey waffles in the morning and then headed to the park around noon. And I found the perfect spot. Like, if you ever want to work from Epcot, go to this spot.
I am calling the police.
How interesting do you feel like your life is that you thought people needed to see that? You know what I mean?
Also, is that not one of Teresa Giudice's daughters?
This is the part that messed with me, is that this was like a pristine working environment.
Yeah.
That she's like, look what I found.
That's the most magical place on earth.
It seems like a tough place to take a work call. So comedians, what are you hearing in the background of these Disney-based Zoom meetings? Chris.
I'm not lost. I'm just trying to shake my family.
The dad from Incredibles can absolutely rail me. Can he not? Can he not? Who here?
Who here?
The dad from Incredibles can destroy my life.
That's more of a California Adventure conversation. Where they serve alcohol, I think. Catherine?
I was worried I was pregnant, but then I got my period on the Tower of Terror. That happened to me. That really happened to me.
That really happened to you?
Yeah, it triggered my period. So if any girls are worried, go to Disney. Go to Disney.
And I could tell it happened to her because she texted me, I just got my period on Tower of Terror.
And I was being a bitch for the week before.
Yeah.
And I could tell because I was on the bottom of the tower.
Oh my god.
Oh, see, that's one of those jokes where I'm like, that might make it on. I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't wait to find out how CBS feels about
Are those both different ones, Kellogg? Which one do you want me to do?
They be shopping, dog.
Excuse me.
I saw, the other day I was walking around Silver Lake and I saw a woman shopping.
Yeah,
and I was like, the stereotypes are true.
I see it all the time in Beverly Hills. I see women shopping. I'm like, hey, go ahead. I support women, dog.
Yeah, you do.
I support women.
Thank you for that.
PBS won't air that because it's woke.
Blame it on
Chris in the lead with 1,100 points. Yeah. When we go back, it's hashtag wars. Don't touch that dial.
Nice. I subscribed. I've never seen them before. Boom. We were just watching a little video. Didn't miss a ton. Apparently the fan base of That's So Raven is pissed off at Raven Simone's wife because she didn't watch the show growing up. Oh no! I move on, call it fate, or call it karma.
In the remaining jungle of Borneo lives a tribe of nomadic hunter-gatherers. They're known for their survival skills and for the deadly poison they use on their blowpipe darts. The Panan.
Later, Valley. See you later. Have a good day.
My name is Raphael Trezor. I'm a musician and filmmaker. I'm going to spend the next 3 months with the Panan tribe of Malaysia. My journey begins in Kuala Lumpur. Then a flight to Borneo, the third largest island in the world, bigger than France or Texas. It's divided into 3 territories: Indonesian Kalimantan in the south, which means burning weather island, and Brunei and Malaysian Borneo in the north. From the air, I catch a glimpse of what the palm oil industry has done to this country. I land in Sarawak, a Malaysian state that's seen massive deforestation. A land where activists get killed or disappear. During a period of over 50 years, the Malaysian government has overseen the destruction of the vast majority of Borneo's primary rainforest, selling it for billions of dollars as timber. Half of all the world's annual supply of tropical timber comes from Borneo, and it's replaced with rubber plantations and oil palm trees, the products of which are now used in around half of all packaged supermarket goods. Very few national parks have been created in Sarawak to protect what is considered to be the oldest and most diverse ecosystem on Earth. Hosting 1/3 of all plant species on the planet and an estimated 30 million insect species. Less than 10% of Sarawak's primary rainforest remains intact. And where the land still looks green, it's mostly secondary forest growing for more timber. The forest grows back so densely that it's no longer habitable for the biggest and most endangered species like the orangutan and sun bears. The Penan were the only tribe of hunter-gatherers able to live as nomads in the primary rainforest of Borneo, settling for a couple of months in temporary huts, collecting only what they needed before moving on to other hunting grounds. A peaceful, good-natured people, the 15,000 Penan who lived here didn't stand a chance against the powerful logging companies supported by a mafia state government. When they started blocking logging roads, many were arrested and even tortured. Most of them ended up in cities, forgetting their precious survival knowledge. Today, only a few families have kept their traditional way of life. But as crucial space is missing, they're forced to live part-time in camps and villages. Bala is a semi-nomadic Penan tribesman. He's recently had to take shelter in a village when his forest was cut down. He's using a bamboo segment as a container to fill with the deadly tajem.
No, I did not see that, Kellogg.
His hunting darts. The tajem tree, or Antiaris toxicaria, grows up to 40 meters high. It's widespread all over South Asia and tropical Africa. In its raw form, the sap is deadly when it enters the bloodstream, causing lethal cardiac arrhythmia. But through a special refining process, the Penan make it even more powerful. It is then fatal in less than 2 minutes, depending on the size of the prey. It's ideal for hunting, as it doesn't contaminate the meat. The Penan rely on foreign trade to procure iron in return for resin, animal skins and handicrafts. Bala carefully cleans the residual deadly sap from his machete. Bala pours the harvested latex into a pot made of dried leaves. These pots are also made from green leaves for boiling water and cooking meat. He's careful to heat it at just the right distance from the flame to avoid boiling the sap. As night falls on the forest of Borneo, many species risk leaving the safety of their burrows.
Oh my god, that sounds so good. I've never had that before. Yeah, no, I am definitely into this daiquiri. Thank you for sharing. I have not heard of Rafael Treza before.
Be habe jam kira 2 minit kenan tajam tu tongulu kelunan pe be bari beken tenang kita pe ya matai ni lu no acan lu musid dah bari re ala dah na be lu murid matai no kenan tajam tu babui pe ya on lu put itu buat anak babuy. Itu kecil ni tahu pegak temen itu awah tong babuy be murid matai makin lah un situ pe putui be ave jam matai kira lemah minin awah tajam matai itu matai babuy no kenan bengsak tajam tu biar omong tenawan kok put omong kedau ketai hako murid muun be beda tai ke ave bari tong lamin rana matai kelunan pe kenan ke reput kedau hanah murid pe tapi ne ave si tai da lem ne kedau na keto ni kuba
To make the poison even more powerful, the Penan follow a special recipe. They combine several plants in specific proportions. The darts are then coated in the poisonous mixture, dried by the fire, and are ready to use. Richard is a sedentary Penan. He was born 10 years after his family was forced out of the jungle in the 90s. He works in a nearby national park. He's from one of the few villages that still has access to the untouched rainforest and reserve the right to practice traditional blowpipe hunting. He's joined by his cousin. They search for their favorite meat, the wild boar. It's become harder to find due to human activities around the border of the park. Blowpipe hunting is a matter of stealth and patience. During the day, every animal is on their guard. This squirrel got lucky.
Kellogg, thank you for the puppos. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Richie has found some bamboo shoots. They'll provide a vegetarian meal for tonight. Later, they're boiled to clear the cyanide it naturally contains. The rivers running through the national parks are clear and free of pollution from logging, which erodes the ground and makes the water muddy. The Panan can still practice fishing here. They use homemade spear guns. They also fish in swamps using bread. It only takes 3 seconds to catch a fish.
Crossbows do look like fun.
Now it's my turn to try.
I don't think I've ever used a real crossbow.
A few Panan families still live as semi-nomads in the remote jungle. Langub, a sedentary Panan, guides me to meet them. He needs the help of a Panan couple who live on the way.
Nice to meet you.
We arrive at a camp built with the help of some sedentary Panan to facilitate meetings between the nomads and their relatives who have left the forest. Saya lives here a couple of months a year.
Nice to meet you.
With his 2 sons, Tion and Ajay, his wife, and his 2 daughters. The Panan keep female names secret to outsiders, so they remain a mystery. For lunch, there's rice, turtle, and a mix of tapioca flour the Panan call naun, which tastes like water. Their main source of food would traditionally come from the sago palm tree. Saya and his kids are taking me to harvest its trunk. The Panan take great care not to damage the roots, so the palm will continue to thrive. He first collects some moss called jaka, an essential survival element used to light fires. palm heart is typically made into a nutritious, non-perishable
Right.
flour, but it's also eaten raw. At the junction of two paths, Saya shows me
Like,
a
what
role.
the fuck is a camera,
The
bro?
Penan's
What,
way of
what are
communicating
you
with
talking
other members
about?
of the tribe, using signs made of branches. The code always begins with the Penan motto, Jakanin, we have the same heart.
Aww. Aww.
Penan itu boleh saya aku penantong di bawah.
In the few villages bordering reserved areas, the Penan have been offered jobs in the national parks and are allowed to hunt in untouched regions of rainforest. In tourist places like these, the government appears to have made an effort to build a brand new hospital. But as I'll learn later, nothing has been arranged for the Penan who've been forced to settle down in remote villages.
Aww.
Like most tribes in Borneo,
puppies.
Penan families share living accommodation called longhouses. Their woven craft is made of rattan, a vine that can reach a length of more than 200 meters and can be crushed to use as a natural toothbrush. It's now being replaced by plastic. The Penan used to be animist, worshipping the forest spirit called Balai. Like most tribes in Borneo, they've been Christianized. Nyapun was one of the first Penan chiefs to be forced to settle down. He says he's probably 89 years old. The Penan used to live in the present. The canopy would hide the sky, so they couldn't count moon phases for years.
What are you doing, sweet boy?
He's gathering fern shoots
What are
and
you doing?
tapioca leaves for lunch. Like most tribesmen in rural Borneo, Nyapun never leaves his house without a weapon for self-defense. The spear attached to the end of his blowpipe is a reliable secondary weapon. Tribal wars are still in living memory, and encountering wild
Yeah,
animals
agree,
like giant
Kellogg.
pythons and sun bears could still be deadly. Nyapun's second wife plays nose flute. They live in this compound with their children and grandchildren.
This fruit tastes exactly like cinnamon.
Magat isinuk magat. Sama dia cawai dah situ situ dah. Uban
May lahat labi lah memang pa situ lah malay namin situ lah. Tapi pengaruh may lakaw-lakaw tu. Tuca na may pita sa luang pita na. Kakat penguman may tu uban. May daw pa lakaw da. Tuca na may uban may. Ino-ino pa kalakaw may ino-ino pa panitah may tanak kay. Kakat sinsawit, kakat kaan, kakat penguman namin. Libat awah may lakaw. Kanan awah.
Kuha ka na makakot. Temani di antong tanah, ate kukuman sembarang.
Ikaw pitakaan
kuman, kuman periawan. Sebab itu, tapi satu ni, yang nak makasih, kami begahan tu tak makabikin pun. Mari kami maupun apa, tahu tahu apa kena mari apa jadi. Dan ini mepita katiran mepipalan ini. Kemana mari apa jadi, kami piajam tuai lepahulo. Baik ya. Terima kasih ngana.
2 villagers guide me to a remote Penan camp at the end of a logging road. These dangerous, abandoned roads are prone to landslides and sinkholes. A few pockets of primary rainforest were spared from the chainsaws. The Penan are known to be very shy, which makes their adaptation to the outside very challenging. The villagers have a hornbill as a pet. Hornbills are the emblem of Sarawak. Many different species exist all over Asia, like the great hornbill, here filmed in Cambodia.
Later, Kagato. Good luck with everything. See you soon. That is a burb. It's got like a mohawk.
The older Penan folk suffer most from their lost nomadic lifestyle and struggle to adapt to life in the villages. Many suffer from depression or have lost their minds. I'm back with Bala. He shows me how to make Penan bark cloth. He cuts a beripun tree. And beats it to remove the bark from the trunk. The Penan use over 1,500 names for plants. Most of them are used in their ethnobotany. He softens the bark by beating it. These were the traditional loincloths, until cotton replaced them. This plant is used by the Penan to treat snake bites. It's one of the most useful medicinal plants in the jungle of Borneo, which is loaded with deadly snakes.
You know how long I can keep it?
Long time.
Very good.
Even it's dry, you can use.
Okay. What is the name of the plant? Is it working for every snake?
Oh.
Snake.
Tio tenang aja, be lebe tio matai, be menarinawan matai.
Did you see people getting bitten by a snake?
Omong, honne duk tolong omong kai.
Like you hear the Bruno Misa before?
Yes. Yeah.
You use this one also?
Okay.
This same plant saved the life of Swiss ethnologist and activist Bruno Mansa. He spent 6 years living with the Panan in the 80s, unifying and rallying them against the loggers by helping them to block logging roads. The Malaysian government put a price on his head. He disappeared in the jungle of Sarawak in 2000 following his return from Europe. He was declared dead in 2005 and remains a hero for the Panan. Though I hope I won't need it, I decide to take some for the rest of my trip.
Thank you.
Another very powerful medicinal plant in Borneo is kratom. It's known to treat opiate and alcohol addiction. It's also used against fever and to relieve stress and anxiety. I now travel to the south of Sarawak, near the Indonesian border, to meet the Iban, who are known as the headhunters. Their name is also the Lakya, which means the strong men. They're used to practice headhunting on other tribes, including Panan.
Yeah, and they have like
Some
kava
families
bars in
still
Colorado
keep
where
skulls
they'll
as
serve it too.
trophies in their longhouses. The Iban don't use blowpipes for hunting, opting for regular guns. Even though headhunting officially ceased a century ago, the Iban are still remembered as merciless warriors. And guides still advise against entering Iban longhouses without invitation.
Traditional.
Thank you.
Okay, I tua.
Okay, just family gathering. Nice.
Look at here. Say hi first.
Hi.
What's your name?
My name is Rafa.
They're famous for their tattoos.
Nice. Aww, cutie.
We call it ukirko.
What are these, Kellogg?
Tattoos represent an important life event, like becoming a father. For the first head taken, a tattoo is made on the hand, the entagulun.
Sumatran orangutan has become the first wild animal seen self-medicating with a plant to treat a wound.
So a lot of people are surprised, impressed, mildly concerned with how smart orangutans are. And I'm gonna get to that. Trust and believe. I feel like people forget just how smart animals are. It's like that old quote about how if you judge a fish by how well it climbs a tree, you'd swear you're looking at a slow-ass fish. There's actually a lot of animals use I thought it was going to end my career.
Medicinal.
There's plenty of animals that self-medicate. A lot of animals like parrots, monkeys, and sloths will eat clay since clay absorbs the toxins in the leaves in their diet. Some scientists think brown bears will eat a special type of plant before hibernating called the carrot, since it's apparently abrasive enough to scrape the tapeworms inside them. Speaking of purging, cats, and I'm pretty sure dogs too, will purposely eat grass to make themselves vomit to clean out their stomachs if they feel sick. Boroginaceae is a plant that some women in Kenya have been known to brew in a tea to induce labor. Turns out elephants eat it for the same reason. There have been times where scientists watched a very much pregnant elephant seek out the leaves to eat it, only to give birth a day or two later.
Wow.
I'll keep going. Wild boars will apparently dig up and eat the roots of the same plants we use to pack up parasites. Some chimps will eat this really bitter tasting plant when they feel sick, and we know that because according to scientists, the only ones that did this were the ones that ended up having parasites in their little chimp turds. This isn't the same thing, but a lot of birds will use cigarettes to line their nests because they somehow figured out that nicotine repels parasites. Moral of the story, animals been doing this. And let me just say, if there's one animal that's gonna have humanity's ass one day, it's them. The first one figured out how to unlock his and his friends' cages with a piece of wire. But that's a story for another.
God damn. It's okay, it's up. Who is this guy?
What's going on with the dish? He can't stand it.
Aesop, it's just a goat. It's okay. It's just a goat, man.
Chico, where are we going? He can't handle it. He doesn't know what we're doing. And then you got this. They'll enjoy it. They'll probably sleep for hours.
Female Rage is a woman named Olga of Kiev, or as it would have been pronounced in her time, Kiev. She was a princess. And unlike most fairy tales would make out, this was not a case of a princess who was...
Bye, Jerome. Have a good day. Hi, Awaken. Going good. How are you?
She was a maiden in distress. A local tribe had actually just killed her husband, Igor. Find yourself in a leadership position, suddenly ruling an entire country, there's a sense of conflict. She wanted revenge, but also she needed to take charge. She told the people she wasn't seeking revenge, but actually she was seeking tribute. She wanted their respect. She wanted to know that they would be loyal to her. She requested that 3 pigeons and 3 sparrows be given to her as tribute from each house. After Igor's death, there was a real sense of panic. People assumed she was going to rise up an army. So upon hearing her offer, her request for tribute, they all immediately complied. Each home sent her 3 pigeons and 3 sparrows. But upon receiving the birds, Olga instructed her men to attach a piece of sulfur and fabric to each of the birds and set it ablaze. And as the birds had been trained to do their entire lives, they returned back to their coops. Coops that were made of wood and straw were located in the eaves of each building. In a matter of moments, the entire city was on fire. Olga had conquered the city without sending a single warrior.
That's cool, Kellogg. Thanks for sharing.
The E-band now mix their traditional tattoos with Western styles. And foreign travelers come to get E-band tattoos. At Sire's camp, the family is preparing for
That
a trip
name?
to the jungle.
Yikers? Yikes? Yikes.
Sire's daughter is petting the family's monkey. The Panan use them as guards, giving a signal when danger is near.
What's a dickers? Like those little deer type things, the little dicks. You guys want to see a picture of my dick? Dick, like the animal dick. Here, let me show you. This guy.
Family prepares to build a camp.
That's me.
En route to their
I'm a
next
dick,
living
bro.
place.
This guy is me. Look at him. He looks like a little fucking alien. What the what are you? What fucking are you, bro? Who gives him the fucking right, bro? What the fuck?
They choose an uphill
Anyways.
spot away from mosquitoes and falling trees. Under such changeable weather conditions, they must be able to build a rainproof shelter in under an hour. As part of Penang fashion, they sometimes like to dye their hands with red leaves.
Dude, they look like a camel mixed with a deer or some shit. That shit is weird, bro. Weird little dudes.
Kumuko, ito ni bari kayo. Ito ni bari tana. Itong ratig me ito. Inungaran be me kilo etasya. Uban hay rafrita. Dani sito na. Nekaala kau ketay-tay tana. Be ame omong tolong ka. Bari rafake-bake lah gin lao kau ngan kau omong tolong ngan kekatlunan jinusit omong tolong ame. Itulah ame ketengi kenan nah.
Their noses get bigger in mating season? What the fuck?
The family occasionally
It's a
leave the
weaver!
forest
Hello,
to trade
BB, how are
meat
you
in
doing?
villages. But they're often isolated for months and must light their fires without using a lighter. With his knife, Sire strikes a firestone that he found in the river. Sparks fall on the moss, igniting it. More moss and a bit of cloth help the flames grow. To illuminate the hut at night, the Penang use a plant candle made from the pod of a vine. It provides light for up to an hour.
Nice. Having a really great day. Thanks for checking in.
It rains almost every day in the jungle.
Eating some Scooby
Kunyang,
snacks.
a readily combustible wood, is cut and briefly dried above the fire. Tion is making Penang forks, or atip, some versatile and effective cutlery, which are easy and fast to craft.
Hello, thank you for the biddies. Has a wife? Yes, I do.
I leave the nomads to meet a displaced community at the center of Sarawak. There's no public transport, so I decide to hitchhike.
What do you transport? Diesel. Diesel? Okay.
The village is hours away from any other camp, and I'm traveling next to 2,000 litres of diesel.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Hello.
Sorry, I was making a TikTok.
I come with a present. The book written by Bruno Manser. They can't read it, but it contains many drawings of what are now rare animals and plants.
This book, Bruno Manser. Oh, Bruno Manser book.
Some villagers are preparing their blowpipes for hunting the next day. Penang blowpipes are crafted from ironwood, the hardest wood in the jungle. Their making is a long process, drilling by hand on a platform. The use of wooden blowpipes only appeared in the middle of the 20th century when the Penang acquired iron drills. They were previously made of bamboo. Once shaped as a tube and sanded down with a special leaf, the blowpipe is precise up to 40 meters.
Nice. Nice job.
Tribesmen in Borneo have developed a very distinctive style, combining modern outfits with traditional survival gear and jewelry.
Later, Crafty. Take care.
High socks help protect against leeches. They wear rattan bracelets and wild boar tusks. Apart from an unused room presented as a school, the government has done nothing for these families, in the hopes that they will eventually migrate to the cities. The head of the
Later,
camp
Weaver.
wants
See you in a
to talk
bit.
to me about the situation here. Sarawak is home to what was once thought to be the largest cave on Earth, until one bigger was recently discovered in Vietnam. $3.5 million bats make their home inside. Every evening, They leave the cave in search of fruit and insects. They form swarms to confuse predators like eagles. After nightfall in the camp, the families gather to watch the only kung fu movie they have. This giant cicada is one of 1,000 different cicada species in Borneo. In the morning, the village kids get ready for hunting. Leah, Asik, and their little brothers Jung and Joachim find a thorny palm, whose soft heart is used for the dart's fletching. Without this crucial element, their entire survival in the jungle would be jeopardized. The plug is carved to the right width using a wooden guide.
That is a huge fucking ant. Oh my god.
The Panan use a distinctive tongue, and complex environments must not be lost. All of humanity could benefit from Penan knowledge of plants and their understanding of nature. One day, the tables will turn, and the wealth of every country will be defined by the nature they hold. When that day comes, the last Penan families living in the wild may have left the rainforest, along with all their secrets.
That was cool. I posted that in my Discord if you guys want to check it out. Dakari is the one who recommended it from Kit Chat. Very cool. What country is that? There's some funds in the bio too, if you guys want to check it out. Borneo? I have not heard of that country. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello. How's your day, Cosmic BB?
Number 10, the plank of Carneades.
Let's say you're sailing on an old wooden ship and suddenly it catches fire. You jump overboard and there is another person in the water as well. You both look around the ruins of the ship and the only thing you find that could save your life is a single plank of wood. The other person swims toward the plank and he gets there before you do. The plank barely holds his weight, so you know that only one person will be able to stay afloat with the plank. When you get to the plank, you knock the person off it and use it for yourself. The person who you got the plank from subsequently drowns. After you are rescued, you are charged with murder. At your trial, you claim you acted in self-defense. If you hadn't acted the way you did, you would have died. The question is, what verdict will the jury come back with? The thought experiment was first proposed by Carneades of Cyrene, who was born around 213 to 214 BC, and it's meant to show how complicated the difference between self-defense and murder can be. Number 9. The Library of Babel. The multiverse theory is that there are an infinite number of universes running parallel to our own, and that in those parallel universes anything is possible. It is a bit mind-boggling to think about, but a visual thought experiment that will help you better picture it is Jorge Luis Borges' short story, The Library of Babel. The library, or as Borges calls it, the universe, is made up of a seemingly indefinite and possibly infinite number of hexagonal galleries. In the galleries, there are books, and every book is different from each other, however slightly. Perhaps a comma is in a different place, but there are no two identical books. At the other end of the spectrum, some books are radically different. They are in different languages and the stories vary. Some don't even have stories, they are just nonsense, like a book that repeats MVC over and over again. One character in the book believes that the library contains every single combination of letters and punctuation marks. The question then arises, if there are only a finite number of languages, letters, and combinations, is there actually an end to the library, or are there an infinite number of galleries? Number 8. The two generals problem. Two sets of troops, and for the sake of simplicity, we'll call them the red troops and the blue troops, have surrounded an enemy city and they want to attack it from the north and the south at the same time. If they were to attack one at a time, they would be slaughtered, so they need to strike in one coordinated attack. So the red general sends a messenger to tell the blue general what time he plans to attack. The problem is that the red general won't know if the blue general got the instructions. After all, there is a chance the messenger didn't make it to see the blue general. He could have easily been killed or captured on his track. So the only way the red general will know if the blue general got his message is for the blue general to send the messenger back to the red general, confirming he got the message. So the messenger goes back to the red general to confirm that the blue general got the message. But then the red general would have to send the messenger back to the blue general to acknowledge that he got the message, and this could keep going back and forth an infinite number of times, or at least until the city becomes wise to the plan and attacks both sets of troops. This thought experiment is often taught in Introduction to Computers. It shows the problem and design challenges of trying to coordinate an action if you are using an unreliable link of communication. Number 7. The famous violinist. One morning, you wake up in an unfamiliar place in an incredible amount of pain. That's when you notice that you are lying back to someone. As you're coming to, a strange man enters your field of vision and says that he is from the Society of Music Lovers. The woman you are back to back with is a famous violinist, and she was dying because of a kidney ailment, the man says. We looked over medical records and found that you were a match to save her life. We kidnapped you, and through the surgery, we connected your kidneys. If you disconnect from each other, the violinist will die, but if you wait 9 months, the violinist should be able to survive on her own. You are taken to the hospital, and the staff say that it is a real shame what happened to you, and they would have stopped the surgery before it happened had they known about it. But since the violinist was already attached to your back and removing her would kill her, she is now your responsibility for at least 9 months. Should you give up 9 months of your life to support the violinist? Is it your responsibility? What if it wasn't just 9 months? What if the violinist was reliant on you for the rest of your life? What if having her attached to your back shortened your life? What obligation, if any, do you have to the life of the violinist? This thought experiment is the basis for the feminist essay A Defense of Abortion by Judith Jarvis Thompson. The bizarre scenario is meant to give a different perspective on the rights of women when it comes to an abortion, especially in the cases of rape or when the mother's life would be shortened by going through with the pregnancy. Number 6. The experience machine. What is the meaning of life? Hedonism certainly makes sense in theory. Why wouldn't we want to have the most pleasurable experiences in our life, or at the very least avoid situations that cause us pain? To put that theory to the test is the experience machine thought experiment. You respond to a weird online ad for an unusual experiment at a local university. At the university, you meet an eccentric neuroscientist who gives you an interesting offer. She says, I have this machine called the experience machine, and it can plug directly into your brain. It will manipulate your brain to make you think you are experiencing things when you are simply floating in a tank. Everything will seem real, and you wouldn't know you are in a simulation. It will be indistinguishable from real life. The only difference is that I'll only program pleasurable experiences into the machine. This means that from the moment you plug in, you'll experience the greatest things known to humankind, and every single second in the machine will be completely and utterly joyful. The bad news is that there is no turning back. Once you plug in, that will be your life. You will never be able to disconnect. So, do you want to hook up and experience a simulated life full of joy and wonder, or do you want to live your life that has its ups and downs, but is real? So what do? Do you connect to the machine and live in simulated hedonism, or do you choose the real world? Robert Nozick's thought experiment asks a few thought-provoking questions. One of the main things is it questions the nature of hedonism. Are people always looking for something that is pleasurable? Nozick argues that people will generally want the real thing over a simulated experience. Also, connecting to the machine would disconnect you from the real world, thus by hooking you up to the machine you'd be committing suicide. So, since people would choose real life that includes pain, suffering, and misery over the experience machine, that would suggest people don't just pursue hedonism. Number 5. The spider in the urinal. Thomas Nagel is a famed professor of philosophy
Urinal?
at the university. His thought experiment involves a spider in the washroom at the university. Every day when Nagel walked into the washroom, in one of the urinals there was a spider. After being urinated on, the spider would then use all its strength not to get swept away by the water when the urinal was flushed. It also doesn't appear that the spider has any way to get out. Nagel thinks that this is a horrible and difficult life for the spider, so after a few days, Nagel decides he is going to help the spider. He goes to the washroom, gets a paper towel, and places it in the urinal. The spider climbs onto the paper towel, and Nagel places the paper towel on the floor. Once the spider is on the floor, it doesn't move from the paper towel, but Nagel walks away feeling good about himself for saving the spider. The next day, Nagel walks into the washroom, and on the paper towel, in the same place he left it, is the spider, and it's dead. After a few days, the paper towel and the dead spider are swept up and put in the garbage. The spider in the urinal is meant to show the problem with altruism, and that is sometimes that doing the right thing with the best intentions can still be devastatingly harmful. Also, you can never really fully understand what another person wants, and that happiness and comfort mean different things to different people. Number 4. Swamp Man. It's a dark and stormy night, and you're walking through a swamp. Suddenly, you're hit by lightning, and you die. But through some miracle, in another part of the swamp, there is another lightning strike, and it alters the molecules in the air to create an exact replica of you all the way down to the smallest part. This includes your memory. Another way of looking at this is that every time the Star Trek crew uses a transporter, they are killed and a clone is created in the new area. The swamp person would look and act like you, and no one would notice any difference. But is it actually you? Is swamp person even actually a person? The author of the experiment, Donald Davidson, argues that the being wouldn't be a real person because even though swamp person will appear to recognize your friends and family, it is actually impossible for the swamp person to recognize any of them because when he sees them, this is for the first time. Since he is a new being, he didn't cognize them in the first place. Secondly, he has no causal history, so when he talks about things, it isn't genuine. He never learned about anything, so his utterances would have no real meaning. It would just be empty sounds, without any meaning. Number 3. Kafka's Toxin Puzzle. One day, you're sitting in a coffee shop alone, just minding your business, when an old man sits down at your table and places a vial in front of you. Without introducing himself, he explains that he is a very rich man and says, "Do you want $1 million?" At least a little intrigued to hear his offer, you say, "Sure." He says, "In this vial there is a toxin that will leave you very sick and in a lot of pain for 24 hours, but it will have no lasting effect. I will give you the money if at midnight tomorrow you intend to drink the toxin tomorrow afternoon. If you intend to do so, I will deposit the money in your bank account by 10 a.m. That's when you notice the hole in his plan. "So you mean that I'll have the money hours before I have to drink the toxin?" "That's right," he says, "and you only need to intend to drink it. Actually drinking the toxin is not required to get and keep the money, you just need to prove your intention to do so." He pushes over some legal papers and leaves the vial with you. He gets up from the table and says he'll see you at midnight. You take the toxin home, and your spouse, who happens to be a chemist, examines the toxin and confirms that it will cause you a lot of pain, but it won't kill you. Next, you have your daughter, who happens to be a lawyer, check over the paperwork and everything is good to go. At midnight, all you have to do is intend to drink the poison the next afternoon, and the money will be in your account by 10 a.m., and you do not have to drink the poison to get or keep the money. Of course, since you aren't forced to actually drink the toxin, you may think, "I'll just intend to drink it at midnight and then change my mind after the test." But if that were the case, then you'd fail the test because in the end you weren't intending to drink it. That's when you realize how even a little doubt could disrupt the machine. Your son, who happens to be a strategist for the Pentagon, suggests that in order to pass the test, simply make unbreakable plans to ensure you'll drink it, such as hiring a hitman to kill you if you don't drink it, or signing a legal document that says you'll give away all your money, including the $1 million, if you don't drink it. Your daughter looks over the contract and says tricks like this are not allowed. So as midnight rolls around, you keep saying over and over again that you'll drink the poison, and then the moment of truth comes, and what happens? This thought experiment from moral and political philosopher Gregory S. Kafka is about the nature of intentions. You can't intend to act if you have no reason to act, or at the very least, a reason not to act. So, if you already have the money, there is no reason for you to actually drink the toxin, so you can't have the intention at midnight. This leads to Kafka's second point that you have to have a reason to intend to drink the toxin, but then the afternoon comes to drink it, and you have no reason to actually drink it. Number 2. The survival lottery. There are 2 patients in the hospital who are dying from organ failure. Jane needs a new heart and John needs some new lungs. Neither of them abused their bodies and their organ failure was just bad luck. Their doctors tell them there are no organ donors available, so sadly John and Jane are going to die. Of course, John and Jane are upset, but they also point out that there are organs they can use, it is just other people using them. They argue that one person should be killed because giving up one life to save 2 is clearly better. In fact, they start a campaign called the Survival Lottery. The lottery would be mandatory, so everyone will be given a random number. When at least 2 people need organs, there will be a draw from a group of suitable donors. The winner, to use the term very loosely, goes into the hospital, is killed, and their organs are harvested and given to the maximum amount of people. They argue that the lottery is very utilitarian because more people will benefit, because 2 people who would have died were saved by one person's sacrifice. Also, is it fair to let John and Jane die just because they are unlucky? Why is it fair that 2 people will die and one gets to live simply because of luck? This lottery scenario is used as an examination of utilitarianism, which is the philosophy that the morally right solution is what benefits the greatest amount of people. But would it be for the greater good? Would the lottery cause too much terror so that it wouldn't be for the betterment of society? Or would people in the long run realize that the lottery actually benefits them? It also questions the difference between killing and inaction. Is one worse than the other? Number 1. Rocco's Basilisk. Often touted as the most terrifying thought experiment ever, Rocco's Basilisk is an unusual thought experiment that involves our fears about computers and artificial intelligence. The thought experiment from the website Less Wrong involves 2 complicated theories. The first theory is called Coherent Extrapolated Volition, CEV, which is essentially an artificial intelligence system that controls robots with the directive to make the world a better place. The second theory is within CEV, and that is the orthogonality thesis. This thesis is that an AI system can operate with any combination of intelligence and goal. That means it will undertake any task, no matter how big or small it is. And fixing the world's problems will always be ongoing, so CEV is open-ended, and so the AI system will always look for stuff to fix, because things can always be better. And because of the orthogonality thesis, it will tackle any problem. This is where the problem arises because the AI will not have human reasoning. It simply wants to make the world a better place as efficiently as possible. So according to the AI, the best thing humans could possibly do is help the AI come into existence as soon as possible. In order to motivate people with fear, the AI could retroactively punish people, like torture and kill them, for not making it come into existence sooner. What's even more worrisome is that just by knowing that this potential AI system could exist, you could be in danger because you are not doing everything you can to help it come into existence. In fact, your life could just be a simulation created by the AI as research into the best way to punish you. This leads to a complex dilemma. Do you work to help create this AI system to ensure you don't get punished, or do you just avoid helping, or perhaps even prevent the uprising which could lead to torture and death? All we can really say at this point is good luck.
So I really hope you found those thought experiments interesting. If you did, please do hit that thumbs up button below, and don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Also, over there on the right, a couple of other videos that you might enjoy if you enjoyed this one, and thank you for watching.
Urinal? No. Oh no.
These are the Bajau, a semi-nomadic tribe that live most of their lives at sea. They live on boats or in stilt shanty houses that they can erect literally in the middle of the ocean. and this is Gideon. His hometown of Massentol is gradually sinking below the waves. He's adapting to life on water instead of the land. With over 7,000 islands, few have mastered the art of living on water quite like the Filipinos. This is how they survive. First off, we head to Tawi-Tawi, where the Bajau, along with the Tusang and the Sama, live as some of the most hardcore seafaring people on Earth. Studies have shown that these communities are able to see clearly underwater without goggles, and that they have literally evolved larger spleens, allowing for superhuman breath holds.
Oh my god, so I am completely gassed. And I'm telling you, he is quick and he can hold his breath for a long ass time.
National Geographic even cites reports of Bajau divers who could hold their breath for up to 13 minutes underwater. It's the kind of outlandish, alien, otherworldly stuff that I just had to see with my own eyes.
Oh man, I should have shaved.
To find out, I decided to take a flight down to Tawi-Tawi. I needed to see this for myself, to free dive, eat fish, trap, and hunt with some of the most skilled ocean dwellers on the planet. We're starting things off in Bongao, the largest island of this secluded chain, where I'm meeting up with filmmaker Fads. He's invited me for coffee at a local Bajau breakfast spot, conveniently located right next to the bustling market and dock. It's time to get a little bit of food and get acquainted with what things are like in this corner of the earth.
Fads. Dude, I'm so hungry.
Yeah, that's why I brought you here. This is basically a native coffee.
Native coffee?
Native, I think it's from Holosulu. We need to put a sugar first.
I don't want sugar.
That's why we need
I'll do a little
two
bit.
glasses. I will explain it. So this one.
Yeah.
When this is hot, you're gonna put it here, the half of it, and then you just stir it, and it will cold easier.
I'm just gonna pour it in like half?
Yeah.
And this just helps cool it down a bit?
Alright, I'm trying to see if Instagram Live will work, so give me just a minute, guys. I'm trying it. Yeah, I haven't tried it in a while. Let's see how this works. What's up, Green Wizard? Welcome in, guys. Sorry, this music's a bit intense. I'm gonna listen to something a little bit different. With your next boyfriend. Have I been working out? Not a whole lot. I've been doing some yoga and some dancing. Not a whole lot of like legit workouts, you know. With your next boyfriend. Yo, what's up, Haley? Yeah. You been busy with work things, Kellogg? Probably do more workout streams. What is today? The 11th? So there's 11 days till my birthday. So I'll start planning the stream. I'll post about it very soon. How's your day going, Haley? I don't need your help. Yeah, is it the lighting? The galaxy filter? This hair is pretty similar to the hair that I had in like 2018 though. Right after kiddo, I had my hair kind of like this. My friend helped me dye it. It's going pretty good. Pretty good. Thanks for asking. It's getting really long. Gotta keep brushing it. Gotta turn on my lighting. Get my desk all cleaned off. Wanna go to the movies? What movie? Get sushi after? That sounds really nice. What if I just did like copious amounts of mushrooms for my birthday? Maybe some boba, all of the above. Hair is giving Lady Gaga in a way I can't properly articulate, but it's awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, my lesson, maybe I learned perspective. Gotta get a wet wipe. Gotta clean my face. Might put on some ears. Bunny time? Bunny time. What's up? Super Daredevil, how's it going? How do I change the lighting on here?
This gives us the false impression that mythology is like a book, written down and not particularly prone to change. But that's more like what mythology fossilizes into over time. The actual living mythology looks very different from the carefully articulated skeletons that we put in the museums. Mythology is stories, and stories change with every telling. If you're passing stories down generationally through folklore and oral tradition, things change a lot, especially the characters. And in mythology, the characters are gods. So the gods end up evolving alongside their society. Every time a myth of a god gets written down, it's like a photograph of that god in that single moment of their development, or like a single frame from an animation. That single frame might be very cool and interesting, but if we can find enough of those keyframes and put them in the right order, we can try and trace out what the full animation might have looked like and get a feel for how this god actually evolved over time. When we do a deep dive like this, I usually go as far back as I can to try and find the earliest stories so we can trace this evolution and watch as the gods we're familiar with now start out as wildly unfamiliar figures before growing and changing with their societies to eventually become the figure we recognize today. Which brings us to our first problem. What do we recognize as Loki these days? Sources are very contradictory. He shows up in a lot of modern stories, frequently a shapeshifter or illusionist, and usually an antagonist, but that's about the only semi-consistent quality he gets. Sometimes he's a Jotun like his father, sometimes he's a rebellious kid because Odin is his father, sometimes he's working with Odin, sometimes he's a tragic gothic prince of darkness, sometimes he's a sniveling coward, sometimes he's a full-on good guy with a tricksy streak, sometimes he's just a sassy little kid, sometimes he's literally Satan, and sometimes he's confidently described as a fire deity, even though he probably isn't, my bad. So while previous deep dives have had an easy starting point because we have a clear image of where the deity in question ends up, Loki's wildly inconsistent modern portrayal complicates the issue. We can still look back to where he started, but we don't have a clear image of what he's going to become, which is just like him, honestly. He could stand to be a little more considerate about these things, but looking back to where he started isn't as easy as I made it sound. The other main complication here comes to us courtesy of Christianity, and the stubborn refusal of the Norse to actually use their existing writing system to write their mythology down before the monks showed up. Our pre-Christian sources are sparse to non-existent, and Christianity has this frustrating habit of retconning other people's religions out of existence. So inconsiderate. Won't someone think of the scholars? So instead of diving into the earliest mythology, because we don't have any from that far back, nobody tell Blue, but we're gonna try starting with the real history about as far back as we can go. The end of the Ice Age, when the glacial ice pack finally receded from Scandinavia and the region entered the Nordic Stone Age. This period of history is pretty solidly in the Fog of Ages zone, where basically all we know about the people who lived there is how they preferred to nap their flint. A series of Stone Age societies cycled in and out of this region from 12,000 BCE till around 2800 BCE, when the Indo-European battle axe culture broke onto the scene and hung out with the coastal pitted ware culture for 1,000 years or so until 1700 BCE, when the societies fused together and entered the Nordic Bronze Age. This new culture practiced agriculture and domesticated animals, maintained trade with our friends over in Mycenae and Greece, had a ton of wealth by the standards of the era, and were really into boats. Between all the rock carvings of ships and their boat-shaped burial monuments, we can already see how these proto-Norsemen were on track to becoming the seafaring Vikings we know and love. Now, they didn't seem to have a writing system at this point, so all the theories about their mythology are pretty fragmentary and not very well sourced. But we know from their art that they cared about three things: animals, boats, and the sun. They seem to have made a mythological connection between the movement of the sun and the movement of animals, and specifically, they decided the sun was being pulled by a horse like a chariot. This is noteworthy because it actually survived into Norse mythology in the characters of Skinfaxi and Hrimfaxi, the horses that pull the chariots of the sun and moon. While plenty of mythologies conflate the sun and moon with chariots, the person in the chariot usually gets more press than the animal pulling it. Anyway, around 500 BCE, there was a bit of a technological leap, and Scandinavia entered the Iron Age, working with bog iron they extracted from peat. A little bit of local climate change seems to have nudged the Norsemen a little ways south, which probably helped take them to the next big jump just around 0 CE, when the Romans arrived. The transition from the pre-Roman Iron Age to the Roman Iron Age was pretty painless, since for the Scandinavians it basically
A thing? Hello?
the Romans gave them coins, vessels, weapons,
Hello?
all that good stuff. But the Romans got something very valuable for us.
Waka waka eh.
In roughly 98 CE, General Tacitus wrote the Germania, an ethnography of the Germanic peoples they made trade with, and noted that they seemed to worship a pantheon of gods led by Mercury, honored with animal and human sacrifices on a specific day of the week. He also mentioned worship of Mars, Hercules, and Isis. Now that classic Roman syncretism is in full swing here, but it doesn't take a comparative mythology scholar to work out
This is Cassie.
no!
No!
Worshipped on Odin's day, which is Wednesday, and
No!
then Mars and Hercules are most likely Tyr and Thor. Tyr mapped to Mars because they're both war gods.
This is
and
Cassie,
Thor
and I endorse
because they're both giant slayers.
a human's right to make their own drugs and not have to work their whole lives to afford drugs provided by Big Pharma. Don't Socrates me. Ah!
This could theoretically be any of the Norse goddesses, but Frigg or Freya is probably the best bet. Regardless, this is the first solid written confirmation of the Norse pantheon we know and love. It's fragmentary and filtered through a highly biased lens, but it gives us something to work with. Unfortunately, it doesn't give us Loki, and what exactly that means is a little unclear. He could have been a relatively minor figure in the pantheon, not worth Tacitus' time to mention, and since he only listed the hugely important major players with days of the week named after them, that's not too far-fetched. But it's also possible that Loki didn't exist yet. And that's weird. This is also around when the Norse writing system first appears. Futhark runes first get used around 150 CE, theoretically derived from an old Italic script, though it's not 100% clear how they got from the Italian peninsula all the way up to Scandinavia. Mythologically, Odin receives the forbidden knowledge of magic runes by ritualistically sacrificing himself to himself on Yggdrasil the World Tree and getting a sweet power-up, which I guess is as good an explanation.
Little dicks. What is this clip? What is this motherfucking clip?
Little dicks. You guys want to see a picture of my dick? Little dicks. You guys want to see a picture of my dick?
How could you? How fucking could you, man? No. What did you do to me, bro? I'm getting canceled. I'm getting canceled. No. No. No.
Step up your game, Duolingo. Anyway, that trade situation continues till around 400 CE when the Roman Empire accidentally plugs a power bar into itself and collapses into the ocean, and the Scandinavians basically don't notice. But they sure notice what happens next, as the 700 CE is when the monks show up. Christian missionaries roll up to Scandinavia, and the Norse hate it so much that apparently it kicks off the Viking Age in retaliation, officially beginning in 793 when Vikings ransack and burn Lindisfarne Abbey, taking all their shinies, killing and enslaving the monks, and firmly establishing their reputation as terrifying for the next 1,000 years.
Yo, Vikings are fucked up.
But while the Vikings were out Viking, the Christianization of Scandinavia continued behind them, and by 1100, the area was almost fully Christianized. And then, after all that, we finally get the first reference to Loki. Around 1200, Icelandic politician and historian Snorri Sturluson wrote the Prose Edda, the first written compilation of Norse mythology, apparently in service of his main political goal at the time, which was getting Iceland to unify with Norway under the rule of King Haakon IV. He didn't succeed, and Haakon had him assassinated a couple decades later, but that doesn't matter right now, because this motivation completely reframes his role in compiling the Prose Edda. Iceland and Norway were fully Christianized at this point, but by consolidating their shared pagan history and mythology, Snorri could give them a single cultural identity to promote their unification under Haakon. Sure, we're Iceland and you're Norway, but we're all Norsemen, right? Bring it in. So that's why the Prose Edda begins with a prologue describing the Christian story of Genesis and reframes the Norse gods as Trojan heroes who fled the fall of Troy, settled in Scandinavia, and were accepted as divine kings thanks to their superior technology. That's right, Snorri Sturluson ancient aliens himself. Anyway, with that bit of Christianity-approved justification out of the way, Snorri dives into what we hope is some proper pre-Christian mythology. And this is where we get our first look at Loki. Now, Loki pops up all over the place in the Prose Edda. He's referred to with the epithet backbiter and described as fickle-minded, the inventor of lies, and beautiful but evil in disposition. So basically, classic femme fatale. He's summed up in one sentence as regularly causing problems for the Aesir, but just as regularly helping them out with his clever tricks and schemes. Basically, the token, chaotic, neutral teammate who causes problems for shits and giggles, but then cleans up his mess when he has to. He has 3 children with a giantess in Jotunheim, and he keeps them a secret from the Aesir. But they find out eventually, and unfortunately for Loki, there's a prophecy going on. These children are destined to cause some serious problems for the Aesir when Ragnarok rolls around, so Odin deals with them. Loki's daughter, Hel, is cast into Niflheim.
Welcome back, Valley.
While she becomes the super powerful queen of the dead, it's pretty clear she can't really leave. His son, Jormungandr, is cast into the ocean where he grows to enormous size, and his other son, the Fenris Wolf, is too powerful for the Aesir to take head on. So instead, they take him in to keep an eye on him, and he lives alongside them in Asgard for a while, even becoming close friends with Tyr. But as he grows bigger and stronger, the Aesir get more and more worried, and eventually come up with a scheme. Framing it as a game, they tie up Fenris with stronger and stronger chains, though they can't find anything that holds him for long. Eventually, they commission the dwarves for a chain made of impossible things, and ask Fenris if they can try it on him. But he's starting to get understandably suspicious, so he agrees on the condition that one of them put their hand in his jaws. If they betray him, they lose the hand. The Aesir are obviously reluctant, but Tyr agrees.
It has texture.
When he breaks the chain and realizes the Aesir betrayed him, he bites off Tyr's hand. No word on how Loki felt about all this, but we can assume not great. There's another story where a disguised giant offers to build the Aesir a fortress, but as payment he wants the sun, the moon, and the goddess Freya. The Aesir agree because they want that fortress, but they also really don't want to pay for it, so they force Loki to sabotage the construction so the giant won't finish in time. Loki does this by turning into a mare and quote-unquote distracting the giant's horse, and when the giant realizes what's happening, he returns to his true giant form to file a formal complaint with his battle axe, at which point Thor kills him. Loki later gives birth to a healthy 8-legged foal, and that's how Odin got his faithful steed Sleipnir. And before we all judge Loki, let's consider who's more irresponsible, the guy who gives birth to a horse or the guy who rides his nephew into battle. I'm just saying, I know which one I wouldn't trust as a babysitter. And as one more core world-building myth, Snorri recounts the events triggering Ragnarok, where Loki arranges for Baldur's death by mistletoe and flees from the angry Aesir, living in hiding and incidentally inventing the fishing net in his spare time. When the Aesir find him, he burns the net and turns into a salmon, hiding in a nearby waterfall, but one of the Aesir deduces his fishing net invention from the ash pattern and recreates it, using the net to then capture him. Foiled by his own cleverness one final time, Loki is imprisoned under the earth and tortured by a snake, causing earthquakes whenever he wriggles. Now, there's a bunch of other stories about Loki: his wager with the Sons of Ivaldi, his adventure with Thor dealing with Utgard Loki, and an interesting prequel to the Volsunga saga where he steals gold from a dwarf to repay a debt, including a cursed magic ring, and then passes the cursed ring off to the guy who forced him to pay the debt in the first place, kicking off a chain of murder and misfortune for the jerk in question, and leaving Loki consequence-free for a change. But basically all the stories follow a very specific format. The Aesir make Loki fix a problem, whether or not he caused it, and Loki makes it work through a combination of cunning trickery, slapstick comedy, and the occasional pregnancy. But you also might notice that the Aesir don't really come across as all that good here. They break their oaths, cheat their way out of debts, torment and abuse Loki even on the rare occasion where the problem wasn't his fault. They're not painted as particularly divine. Snorri's retelling portrays the gods as flawed, fallible, and extremely human, which makes sense if he's trying to forge a historical cultural identity without getting too deep into the currently taboo religion that cultural identity is made from. And there's something kind of Christian about the way Loki is represented in this era, and not in the way you might expect. Beyond the Prose Edda, this era also has the Poetic Edda, an anonymous compilation of poems collected around the same time. The Poetic Edda contains the Lokasenna, the flighting of Loki, an additional bit of detail from the precursor to Ragnarok where Loki calls out the Aesir on their failings and sins, and how they all like to heap blame on him when really they're just as bad as he is. At the end of that poem, they bind and imprison him, but they never really prove him wrong. Now, the portrayal of Loki in the Eddas kind of resonates with the biblical concept of the scapegoat. While nowadays that term means someone who's blamed for everything, in the Old Testament the scapegoat is part of a cleansing ritual. 2 goats are taken, one is sacrificed, and the other is driven into the wilderness. That one is the scapegoat, and it carries the sins of the people away with it, leaving them ritually purified of their failings at the cost of 2 goats. Christianity later added some Jesus.
These poor fucking goats.
The idea that Jesus himself is kind of a scapegoat for the sins of all of humanity. But unlike the goat, he does it on purpose as a willing agent, which is deliberately separating him from the scapegoat concept. But this portrayal of Loki kind of lines up with that. The Aesir do a lot of bad stuff, but then they turn around and blame Loki for it, or they make him fix it for them, absolving themselves of the consequences. Written 200 years post-Christianization, it wouldn't be too surprising if this biblical concept worked its way into Snorri's framing of this character, giving Loki a biblical context he wouldn't have originally had. And between his role as scapegoat and his torture and imprisonment for speaking a truth the Aesir didn't want to hear, it also has the wildly unexpected consequence of kind of making this version of Loki a Jesus figure. Didn't see that one coming. So since these Eddas already show some major structural hallmarks of Christianization, both the obvious with Genesis and the inobvious with
My dick made you cry, and it's spelled without a C, thank you.
About Loki is
Get
very
it right.
untrustworthy. Go figure. Now, this isn't quite all we have from this era. Along with all the pillaging and burning, the Viking Age saw the creation of a lot of rune stones, carved rocks.
Bro, I'm gonna get
that
banned
feature written
being
mythology,
taken
but
out of
frequently
context, I
show
swear to God.
images of some familiar stories. Mjolnir was a very common symbol on rune stones, and we have a handful of rune stones from between the 700s and the 1000s that show a few familiar sights. Odin capturing a salmon, a bound figure under a snake,
what's
a
up,
face with
Lawrence?
scarred lips, etc. While these still post-date the monk's arrival, they do show a figure whose role lines up with Loki's description in the Eddas, and they were carved at least a couple hundred years before Snorri got his hands on them. Although, fun fact, one of those theoretical Loki images shows a bound figure with horns and was carved on a cross. Once again, the Christianity is baked in. Still, while our knowledge is fragmentary and incomplete, this at least corroborates some of Snorri's stories. Now, there's some other fun stuff about Loki's character that we can glean from these Eddas. The Poetic Edda mentions very briefly that at one point, Loki finds a half-burned heart of some unnamed evil woman, eats it, and becomes pregnant, later giving birth to the vaguely described evils that plague man. This story is never brought up anywhere else, and we have no idea whose heart it was or what evils it created, but this tiny 4-line anecdote puts Loki in the role of the folkloric mother of monsters, a not-uncommon motif ascribing all the evils of the world to some unlucky, usually lady, who initially gave birth to them or set them free. Gaia, Pandora, Echidna, Tiamat, Lilith, it's a theme that shows up sporadically all over the place. And speaking of themes, Loki has one more unexpected role. There's a very common Indo-European narrative of a prophecy, where someone, usually a king, learns a prophecy of their future doom at the hands of a child, usually a direct descendant or other close relative. The doomee responds poorly and imprisons the child, or their parent if the child isn't born yet, which inadvertently causes the child to later play out the exact role the prophecy foretold. It happens with Oedipus, it happens with Balor and Lu, it happens with Perseus, it even happens with Krishna, and it happens with Odin, Loki, and Loki's kids. Since we tend to think of Loki as the bad guy, or at least
I love me some dick dick.
it's easy to miss this, but Odin
Dick
slots
dicks are so
perfectly into
cute.
the role of antagonist in that quintessential Proto-Indo-European prophecy structure. He hears the prophecy of Ragnarok, and in trying to forestall it, he
Oh yeah?
inadvertently gives
New
Loki's children
name?
the exact powers and motives they need to fulfill that prophecy. Hel had no power over the dead until she was exiled to their realm, and when Loki marches in Ragnarok, he brings her army of the dead with him. Jormungandr wasn't the world serpent until he was cast into the ocean, making him large enough to eventually kill Thor. And Fenris Wolf was perfectly happy to live among the Aesir in peace with his best buddy Tyr until they betrayed him. And when he breaks those unbreakable chains, he kills Odin himself. And where does Loki fit
Kinda
in
lewd.
this? Well, he's in good company with characters like Danae, Devaki, and Eithne, the unfortunate mothers to the prophecy children who are imprisoned, tormented,
Yo,
and
what's up,
otherwise live
Mike?
quite unhappy lives until their children reappear to fulfill the prophecy and kill their tormentor, which lines up uncomfortably well with the start of Ragnarok. The only thing making Loki unsympathetic in this situation is the fact that his prophecy children caused the literal apocalypse. But, and hear me out on this one, Snorri might not have intended to frame Ragnarok as a bad thing. Loki may be a backbiter and a trickster, but at this point in his development, he's in a surprisingly sympathetic role. He helps out more than he hurts, with the noteworthy exception of the death of Baldur and the onset of Ragnarok. But even that story is kind of suspicious. There are plenty of theories about it, but one of them suggests that
What do you guys think? Is Loki a scapegoat?
Odin received
Or is
a
he
lot of
evil?
human sacrifices, at least in the mythology, and he's sort of died a few times, sacrificing himself to himself for power and knowledge, and Baldur's death by mistletoe has some suspicious mythological resonances to other stories of sacrifices to Odin. There's a story about a legendary king, Vikar, whose ships are becalmed because Odin requires a blood sacrifice, and Vikar's name is
Is it a
Thor,
movie or a game?
Vikar doesn't want to die, so his counselor assures him that they won't really kill him.
I don't
They'll
think
do a
we have
sacrifice,
anything in the
but
video
instead of
queue
actually
after this
stabbing
one.
and hanging him, they'll use a harmless tree branch and like a really soft noose. But when they do, the branch suddenly turns into a spear and the king is really killed. Trying to fool Odin with a fake harmless sacrifice isn't very wise. So when Baldur is killed by a weapon made from a harmless little mistletoe branch, it lines up alarmingly well with this story of a tricksy sacrifice to Odin. And we gotta remember, Baldur doesn't stay dead. He comes back after Ragnarok, and Odin knows this because he knows the prophecies of Ragnarok. It's also noted in the text that nobody knows what Odin whispered in the dead Baldur's ear, but why would he whisper in a dead guy's ear at all? Baldur is killed in a way that closely resembles a sacrifice to Odin, and comes back even better than before, something Odin famously did to himself to gain knowledge and power. And with all that for context, Loki's role in the death starts looking a lot weirder. And for that matter, Loki's relationship with Odin is a subject of academic debate. The Poetic Edda describes them as blood brothers, but some scholars suggest that Loki might actually be an aspect or a
How
reflex
old
of
am I?
Odin,
I
some
am gonna
offshoot
be
deity
28
playing a specific
in
unknown
11
role. They are
days.
both tricksters and masters of disguise. And if I had to pick a Norse
What about
god
you,
to
chat?
act
How old is everyone?
Hermes, the trickster god and thief, I'd probably pick Loki instead of Odin. Baldur's death smells of lost mythological context and ritual implications. There's more going on here than we know, and that means Loki's role in the death is similarly mysterious. this. Anyway, this is unfortunately in the category of we'll probably never really know what was up with that, but it's still valuable information just to know that this story probably shouldn't be taken 100% at face value. Loki does a lot of dumb stuff, but casual god murder is a bit outside his regular wheelhouse. And here's another weird angle.
28,
Because of
nice.
Snorri's authorial biases, his very conspicuous framing of the Norse gods in the strict past tense, and his extremely careful separation of these pagan myths from the Christian faith they've adopted, Loki killing Balder and triggering the twilight of the old gods might have been originally presented by Snorri as kind of a good thing. There's this biblical concept of cleansing Armageddon, that the world gets too messed up and sinful and your only option is to burn the bad stuff to the ground and start over. And while Ragnarok is almost certainly a pre-Christian concept, Ragnarok is a huge deal and the central focus of the narrative might have been a Christian modification. The idea that the old gods were messed up and had to die so a shiny new world could take over, with a shiny new Christian god in some translations, would have been very appealing for someone trying to appeal to a shared cultural history without superseding their shared religious identity. So what might have been a footnote or a highly contextualized ritual in the original folkloric space could have ballooned into being Loki's defining act, killing Balder and kicking off a cleansing apocalypse to make way for the new world. And again, as we've discussed, Odin has a lot of themes about dying and then being reborn even better. And it's another facet of Loki's character that's not nice, but from Snorri's perspective was probably still fundamentally good. All in all, the Eddas don't exactly paint a flattering portrait of Loki, but he still comes across as unconditionally necessary. He solves problems nobody else can handle, he gives the gods a scapegoat so they can maintain their own perceived flawlessness and never introspect enough to meaningfully improve, and he ends their imperfect world to make way for the new one. All good things from the perspective of someone living in that new world. So that's potentially Snorri's angle, though it's impossible to know for sure. But he's not the only Christian historian with an opinion on Loki. And amusingly, while the Eddas seem to frame him as a necessary nuisance, some of its later translators apparently missed the mark on that one, and interpreted Loki's role as trickster, deceiver, and father of lies as making him a Satan parallel, something Snorri himself never did. For instance, back in 1880, hilariously named Norwegian philologist Sophus Bugg theorized that all the stories in the Eddas were actually Christian, with basically no pre-existing mythological basis, and Loki was just literally Satan. And while that theory was soundly rejected by basically everyone, Loki as Satan wasn't so easily scrapped. It's not the most baseless analog. He's the token malevolent divinity, the god who betrays the other gods. He's not that hard to parallel with a fallen angel or a Judas figure, except these interpretations hinge on his role in the death of Balder as the ultimate unforgivable betrayal, and completely ignore every other story about him. Some of these translations add prologues that refer to Loki as a vile serpent, which is totally made up. His only major epithets in the Edda are backbiter and Laufey's son, and he is never a snake. He and snakes don't really get along. If Snorri wanted to make Loki a Satan figure, he would have made him a Satan figure. But because Snorri put focus on Ragnarok for his own reasons, later analysts also focused on Ragnarok. And without the context Snorri had of cleansing the old world to make way for the one we live in now, it looks like a very bad thing, a tragedy. And it looks like it's all Loki's fault. With this perspective shift tipping Loki from necessary nuisance into fully antagonistic, Loki's complex and surprisingly sympathetic framing from the Eddas gives way to a much more basic one: cartoon Lucifer. He's still a liar and a trickster, but his role as problem solver withers away, and gets replaced with some more satanic implications of being a manipulator and an evil tempter, which is hilarious because mythological Loki literally can't manipulate his way out of a box. But with Loki placed in explicit opposition to the Aesir, another possibility opens up, because the Aesir still don't come across as all that heroic. Violent, oath-breaking, perpetually drunk, it doesn't take much work to frame them as structurally problematic, especially if you add the subtextual implication that, on top of all their other flaws, they'd have to be idiots to keep someone like Loki around. But if the Aesir are bad, then Loki, their opposition, has the opportunity to be good. Loki makes an easy rebel against the system since he's basically just an agent of chaos, and with a little tweaking, he's not hard to rework into a misunderstood rebel anti-hero. Even post-Satanization, Loki still kinda walks the line between sympathetic and unsympathetic. Loki's character is fundamentally transgressive. He breaks rules and he crosses boundaries. He's pretty much the only Norse god who changes gender on the regular, and even his heritage crosses a line: a Jotun father and an Aesir mother, mixed parentage no one else seems to share. He travels a lot, accompanying Thor on the occasional journey, but more often borrowing Freya's feather cloak to travel to Jotunheimer to the realm of the dwarves. He doesn't fit easily into any one realm, and his divine domain is also a bit uncertain. That's a weird thing to overlook, right? He's a god, but why was he worshipped? Tyr and Odin, gods of war, were prayed and sacrificed to for victory in battle. Freya and Nord, gods of fertility, were sacrificed to for peace and a good year. Thor, god of storms and rain, was sacrificed to in times of famine or disease. But I can't find any big sacrifices to Loki or any agreement on what exactly he was the god of. Lies and trickery were his personality, not his deific domain. Thor wasn't the god of getting drunk and hitting stuff. The gods were worshipped because they played a role in the day-to-day lives of the Norse. What was Loki's? Unfortunately, it's really hard to tell. If you he wasn't getting festivals or big dramatic blood sacrifices, it wasn't really going to be written down. Maybe he was worshipped in smaller, more domestic ways, maybe he was one of those antagonistic gods that people would pray against, but there's basically nothing to go on here. This is around the time where, with no other clues to go on, I'd want to dive into the etymology of his name to find out what he originally meant on the most basic level, or to see if he was based on an older god. But, unfortunately, that information doesn't really exist either. Loki's name is short and simple, and the etymology is a subject of furious debate. Due to its similarity to the Old Norse word logi, meaning fire, some people have suggested that he was a fire god. And while he might have been some sort of hearth spirit, more on that later, he doesn't seem to have been a fire god. The words are similar, but not cognate. Plus, in the myth of Utgard Loki, he loses an eating contest to Logi, the personification of fire. That wouldn't make any sense if they were supposed to be the same being. So it's not Logi. What else could it be? Well, there's a few possibilities. It might be derived from the Proto-Germanic root luk, a root used for words related to loops, like knots, hooks, and locks. It also sees use in words for spiders and spider-related things. In Swedish and Faroese, the word for cobweb is literally Loki's net. So, is Loki a spider? While possible and delightfully creepy, that particular spin doesn't really have much evidence in the folklore. But Loki doesn't need to be a spider to have something to do with knots or nets. Loki's name could mean something a lot more basic, like entangler, which would fit pretty well with his mythical role of inventing the fishing net, which was then used to trap him. He entangles other people and himself in equal measure. This also makes sense if Loki is more like a title than a name. Utgard Loki, the illusionist giant faced by Loki and Thor, is very confusing on paper. He has no apparent relation to Loki, and they don't seem to know each other, but his name, Utgard Loki, means Loki of the Outyards. If
No! You didn't watch. You didn't watch, man. It was out of shot. I'm sorry. I was gonna try and capture it, but then she came downstairs. She's like, nah, well, I'm gonna kill this.
Like mirages and other heat-based distortions are sometimes described as Loki sowing his oats or herding his goats. If the term has retained elements of trickery or illusion, it makes sense to use it in that context. But the folk customs can tell us more about him than just his name. Loki might not have gotten big feasts or dramatic society-wide sacrifice days, but elements of his nature seem to have lingered in the day-to-day folk customs, painting a rather more domestic picture. Some phrases describe Loki as responsible for heat hazes, sudden flares of a fire, cobwebs, and other kinds of ephemera, often attributed to small nature spirits called vatir. Some other surviving Scandinavian traditions involve tossing a child's baby teeth into the hearth fire and asking Loki to watch over the kid. Particularly interesting, a lot of phrases and traditions about hearth fires and tending to them seem to work in a Loki reference. Now, this doesn't automatically mean that the Loki associated with the hearth has any relation to the god Loki. As we've already discussed with Utgard Loki, he wasn't the only Loki running around. But there's some pretty compelling evidence compiled in this essay that suggests that they're actually probably the same figure. And further, that the hearth spirit Loki might have been adapted later into medieval Norwegian folklore as an unlikely hero called the Ash Lad, a clever but lazy dude who tends the hearth all day until 4
Yo, what's up, punk?
If
How you
this is
doing?
true, it suggests that Loki's divine role was as a mischievous but ultimately benevolent protector of the home and family, which honestly does resonate pretty plausibly with how many kids he canonically has. But unfortunately, like everything else about Loki, this is pretty confusing and hard to pin down. The connection is possible, but it's kind of impossible to conclusively prove. So where does that leave us? Loki has so many stories, but every single one of them has either a biased narrator, an incomplete narrative, or both. It's nearly impossible to find consistent threads. We don't know when he first showed up or what role he played in the society. We can't connect him to any precursor deities. We can barely even get a read on his personality. Loki is a mass of contradictions. And you know what? That's okay. This is one of many ways that gods can develop. They end up splintering over time. Usually the only gods with one perfectly consistent linear narrative are the ones who had that purposefully constructed by somebody with an agenda. But in a living mythology, a god is worshipped day to day. They play a role in a human life. And people's lives change, and so their needs change. The role a god plays can change a lot over time as the society changes. Without an artificially constructed coherent canon for Loki, we can't really get a good look at a linear narrative for him. But the fact that gods have linear narratives at all is usually an artificial addition from other people. Loki is extremely confusing, and that's okay. Nobody ever said he had to be simple. And the sad truth is that sometimes information gets lost, and once it's gone, we can never get the full picture. Trying to fill in the gaps with information that isn't there is a recipe for conspiracy theories. And to be honest, I don't think there's anything more quintessentially Loki.
The day is pretty great. Thanks for checking in, huh? Yo, what's up, Jerome?
Before we go, we've got a brand new
What's up,
gift for
Duff?
you guys, and this one isn't a Greek god. You can snag this snazzy new Loki pin from our crowd-made shop for a limited time only, and it comes with this nifty sticker set. And I'm gonna say this in absolute seriousness, I think this is the greatest thing I've ever created. Okay, thanks, bye!
Oh.
changer, tonight's guests. Without a GM, the show would be a chainer. It's Brennan Lee Mulligan. Hey! Izzy for short, Ostentatia for long. It's Isabella Rollins. Mr. on 3, Lou on 6, Wilson on 9. It's Mr. Lou Wilson. And your host, me. I've been here the whole time. This is Game Changer, the only game show where the game changes every show. Except for Ellen's Game of Games, Taskmaster, and a few others that have come to light since I wrote that. I am your host, Sam Reich. I'm joined today by these 3 lovely contestants. Now, you all understand how the game works?
No, it's not been explained
I
to
think
any
that-
of us.
Yeah, the game's just different all the time. You said that.
So we don't know what's happening today.
That's the longest that bit's ever gone on. That's right. Our players have no idea what game it is they're about to play. The only way to learn is by playing. The only way to win is by learning, and the only way to begin is by beginning. So without further ado, let's begin by giving each of you 25 points.
Okay, so there's just loose points flying around?
Points as far as the eye can see.
Oh, yeah.
Sam says, touch your nose. Sam says, touch your ear. Sam says, touch your other ear. Touch your other ear. Easy, right? Quite literally, child's play. Now touch your other ear.
You ain't gonna get us. You ain't gonna get us. Like you said, this is child's play.
Sam says, touch your elbow. Sam says, touch your belly button. Sam says, touch the top of your head. Sam says, touch your chin. Ooh, formidable opponents. Sam says, pull on your ears. Sam says, make a little arm wave.
Yo, what's up,
Sam says,
Pinky?
touch just your pinkies together. Good, keep them just like that. I didn't say Sam says for that last one. That's a point away from all 3 of you.
Because we kept them together.
Because you kept them, just like now.
Following the commands of the previous instruction is a secondary priority, and the first priority would be not following a command that is not given in the correct form.
Thank you for the likes, Neopossum. How you doing?
So excited already.
I didn't understand.
Yeah, me neither. Let's go again, because I think I got it.
Sam says, slap your knees. Sam says, do a thumb war with yourself.
Noise?
Sam says, lick your philtrum.
Your what?
Okay, technically, I think all 3 of you passed that.
Really?
Your philtrum is the little space between your nose and your lips. The 2 of these guys decided to do inside their lips. If there's any anatomists watching, you can tell me if I should have deducted a point there anyway. Sam says, hands on your hips. Sam says, hands on your butt. Sam says, hands on your head. Sam says, hand on your stomach. I said hand, not hands. It's points away from all 3.
I had ear tubes put in when I was a child. So for you to do
Oh,
that
cool, Pinky.
is actually
Is
so
bigotry.
wrong.
This is on you, sir.
23 points for all 3 of our players. No one's winning yet, gang. No one's losing yet. All in the spirit of good fun. Sam says, shake it off. Sam says, shake out your head. Sam says, shake out your feet. Sam says, shake out your hand. Yes! Well done! Players, you've been doing great so far. But
Hello,
Sam
James.
says,
Thank you so
let's
much.
make this a touch more competitive.
How you
By
doing?
taking this one
Oh, Possum
player
is doing awesome. Love to hear it.
Sam says, say something we'll have to bleep, starting with Brett. Fuck! Okay, Izzy, let's see what we got.
He didn't
Sam
bleep
says,
it!
Say something we'll have to bleep.
Cunt.
I love the way that was enunciated. Lou,
Cunt.
Sam says, say something we'll have to bleep.
Pussy asshole?
I am realizing something at the end of this round. I would like to go again if I could.
I'll give it to you.
Can you repeat the instructions one more time?
Sam says, say something we'll have to bleep.
Okay.
Oh, I want to go again too.
I'd also like a second opportunity.
It's only fair.
It's only fair.
Hey.
So he's singing a song. Oh my god.
I know that you can't play the Beatles, 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 Beatles.
Fuck.
I don't want to give too much away, Brennan. But well done. Izzy, Sam says, say something we'll have to bleep.
Something will have to bleep. Bitch.
Oh!
I'm questioning myself. Lou, Sam says, say something we'll have to bleep.
I am paid by College Humor, and I would like to come out as like someone who's paid by the company and say that is innocent. And that is the expressed opinion of formerly College Humor, now Dropout, the show Game Changers, is innocent.
Did it? Do it.
Whoever killed those people is still out there. This is the opinion of the company that puts this show on and produces it.
We know that for a fact.
It's in company emails that I will happily pull up on my phone.
My excitement has flipped to fear for this episode.
Oh,
so
God.
what was supposed to happen just now is I was supposed to award one of you. All three of those were so creative that I'm going to award points to all three of you, keeping this even across the board for now. I do want to say, because of what just happened,
That this episode can't air.
that you know for a fact OJ did it. Sam says, great neighbor across the street.
Hi, Hyperion Chiropractic.
Hello, Lyric Hyperion.
Sam says, realize you don't have your wallet.
Oh.
Simon says, nod at a babbling baby.
You like jazz? I do like jazz. I got 5% on my phone though, so it's probably gonna die in a second. So I'm also on Twitch and YouTube and Kick if you guys want to come hang out. And you can see what we're watching too over there.
Counts, Lou.
Yeah,
I feel like that counts. That's a point away from Lou
I'm
Wilson.
not going to pretend like I didn't think that was terrifying.
I heard Lou's butthole.
Sam says, remember that the virtuous economic cycle is when earnings contribute to taxes, contribute to government programs, contribute to earnings.
What?
Sam says, share some gossip, starting with Brennan. You can either share it out loud, or if you don't want to, you can share it into my ear. I'll accept that too.
And is this question going to be posed to everybody?
Yes.
And will only one person be awarded points?
That's
The fuck,
idea.
man?
Okay. How about... Oh, no, that could end a relationship.
Ours.
There's a community member of a non-college humor place where I do work who we had someone come in as a new staff member of the community, and this person is so promiscuous that a director at this place had to pull them aside and say, you are not allowed to talk to this new person that is contract interfacing with our company.
A little cryptic, Brett.
Pretty mild, if you ask me. That's a salsa everyone at the table will enjoy.
Izzy, Sam says, what do you got?
Oh. Oh wow, she's whispering.
Holy fucking shit, Izzy.
Oh, that's really good, yeah.
Okay, now everybody knows except for me. I feel left out.
Lou, what do you got for me?
A member of the Dimension 20 cast recently got a new tattoo.
But we're not saying who.
Depends on how many points are in it.
Exactly. How bad do you and possibly the people at home want to know?
1,000 more days? I'm down, Pinky.
3 points. 3 points.
Let's go.
Now we're negotiating?
I mean, this is Game Changers. We don't know the rules.
I am going to say that particular point goes to Izzy. But also, since I didn't say Sam says to Lou, that Lou gets a point taken away from him, bringing him to 22. Gotta keep a watch out, guys, because I'll get you.
I was just eager to share.
Rapid fire, Sam says, check a burger, see if it's burnt. Solomon says, look at your partner of 50 years and realize you have a rare and special kind of love. Sam says, look at your partner of 50 years and realize you have a rare and special kind of love. Sam says, worry if those are actually fireworks.
Sam says don't flinch.
Stop!
That is a point away from Missy and from Blue.
Can we have that? Let's see how you feel.
Won't touch it, I promise.
Oh, he's really gonna get it.
I mean, look, it's only fair, right? Sam says,
oh my God!
Jesus!
Dude. Come on!
You thought there was going to be a little break and it would be like a callback later. Immediate second beat.
I'm learning a lot about Izzy in this episode.
I'm crazy.
Yes!
My heart rate is so fast right now.
Sam says, make an accurate prediction about the rest of the episode inside your drawers. You'll find a little slip of paper and a pen. I will be collecting those predictions in this cute little predictions envelope. Thank you, Art Team. The most impressive prediction is the one that I will award the point, ultimately. This way. There you go. There you go. Oh, God!
I didn't flinch.
Yeah, that's the best I've ever done. And the best I'll ever do.
Sam says, do something jiffable. We'll start with you, Lou. Brennan, Sam says, do something jiffable. Reaction! I'll take it. Izzy, let's hear from you.
No.
Izzy, Sam says, let's do something jiffable.
God damn it, I was going to write
Bro.
that. I was going to write that you would either pull up or take off your shirt. Damn it!
The fuck, bro?
That was my favorite.
Welcome in, guys. My phone is gonna die. It's only at 3%. I'm also on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube, so come hang out there.
Sam says, come on, let me hear say hey-o.
Hey-o.
Sam says, put your hand in the air like you just don't care. That is points away from Lou and Brennan for putting hands up instead of a hand up. Bravo.
Does anyone ever rip down the Game Changer song? Let's play.
Sam says. Oh yeah. Nothing. Brennan, Sam says, what was the virtuous economic cycle?
Aw, I'm proud of you too, Pinky.
Earnings, taxes, government programs back to earnings.
Very well done, Brennan. That is a point for you, bringing you to 24. Just behind Izzy.
Always.
From now on, your trigger phrase is Simon says, not Sam says. Simon says, harmonize.
Not today, Sam.
That is a point away from Izzy and Lou. I didn't say Sam says about the whole Simon says thing.
I just thought it would be more fun if we did it.
Sam says, your trigger phrase is now Simon says. Sam says harmonize. Izzy, what are you doing?
Sam
Oh,
said
thank you for
that
the
it's now
rose,
Simon
Miss
says,
Bliss
and then
Bunny.
it
Thank you so
started
much.
the next command with Sam says.
That's a point away from Izzy. Sam says, your trigger phrase is now back to Sam says. Sam says harmonize.
Oh no, he didn't say Simon says. Sam says.
Apologies. Simon says, your trigger phrase is now back to Sam says. Sam says harmonize. Keep it going.
No, he didn't say it.
That is points away from Lou and points away from Brennan.
I like singing, and if you give me an opportunity to do it, I'll take advantage of it.
Sam says, propose a visual effect to go here, starting with Izzy. Like, explain to me, like, what the visual effect is.
A bunch of buttholes.
The lady said buttholes.
Buddy, booty, 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 booty,
Sorry,
booty,
the
rockin'
visual effect is a
everywhere.
bunch of buttholes. Okay.
What?
Sorry, we're gonna actually make these.
I know.
Now I'm thinking about, could you just show me where the buttholes are, where they appear?
Excuse me?
Okay. So, are they appearing behind you as well as in front of you, or like, can you provide me with any more explanation, or just a lot of buttholes?
All over the universe.
Sam says,
Okay, my phone is dying, so I'm gonna end the TikTok live. But if you guys want to watch me, I'm on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube.
more butthole.
I will see you there.
I wanted to
Thank you
find
guys.
different. And when I say different, I mean radically different. No. And it's up to you, animator. No. It's up to you to figure out.
What is the secret?
now we have to spend more money on more buttholes.
You're welcome.
I shouldn't complain. I'm the host of the show. This is all my fault. Blue. Sam says.
What's up,
"How's the
Stan?"
visual effect to go here?
Okay, fantastic. So we're cutting into like a Steven Soderbergh, Ocean's
What's the
11 kind
secret?
of like things are starting to split up. So you got my box that's slowly drifting over into the left corner. As another box of me just snapping, right? And that's appearing down left here. That's me snapping. You can kind of repeat that. So there's me talking. Then we're tight in on my points because that's what the heist is about. How are we gonna get these points back? Then appearing in like a new corner in like one of those like panel ace, the three me snapping my points and me talking have all shifted in the left. Now you got a big like the other half of the screen in the Soderbergh Ocean's 11 type thing just becomes a fucking raw butthole, right? And so you got me, but then this one becomes a butthole. Then the one that was my points becomes a butthole. Then the one that's me talking that's the only one left. But the rest of the screen and all the different little Steven Soderbergh things are buttholes.
You know what we've done today?
Wow.
Make art.
Spent thousands of dollars
Yes.
on buttholes.
Yes.
Good job. Hope you're happy, all of you. That point goes to Lou Wilson.
What? The heist is working, guys. It's all going according to plan.
Sam says, hide behind your mom's legs when she wants to introduce you to someone. Salmon says, try to break down a complicated cardboard box.
Did you say salmon?
Sam says, try to break down a complicated cardboard box. So we're gonna start at that base because that tab don't break that tab because the tab actually needs to fold back in when we're done. And if you just grab that and lift that.
I gave up.
Sam says, realize your hands have telekinetic abilities.
Buttholes.
Sam says, catch.
Motherfucker. Oh my god, what the fuck? Shoot another one here. Oh, god damn it. No, come on. Oh, shit, I dropped one.
It's okay, it's not over.
Thanks for stopping by and saying hi, Stan. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Caught one.
1, 2, 1. Very good, but I think that point goes to Brennan. Bringing Brennan to 20.
Why? Okay.
He caught two.
Izzy. Sam says, what did Brennan do that was jiffable?
Reaction.
That is correct. That is a point for Izzy. Bring Izzy. I mean, quite literally a taste of my own medicine. Even how this has gone so far, I'm legit worried about this next one. Starting with Lou. Sam says, upset a producer. Sam says, please don't ruin any expensive equipment.
Can I move?
Yeah. Oh, you got it, Lou. It turned off. Oh, oh no! Oh no! Oh God! Oh God, that's gonna take real time.
Yep, I know. Second AD, you should probably find a PA who can stay late today.
Oh. Oh, he's still going. Oh, that wasn't important.
I'm sorry, there's somebody back there.
Izzy. Sam says, set a producer.
Sure, yeah.
What?
Aww. That's sweet, thank you.
It's Izzy.
David, partner at College Humor, executive producer.
I wanted to let you know that I recorded a video of Brennan saying he hates his fans. The more upset they get, the happier he is, and the more money he makes.
That's an odd deal.
I uploaded it and showed autistic.
As an addendum.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry with a bunch of Y's. Did you send it?
That's it.
We'll see how David responds. There you go. Brennan. Sam says, set a producer. Oh.
Did he fart? Fucked up, bro.
Now that was an audible gasp. Oh boy. I think that goes to Brennan. Would do anything
For what?
to win anything. Yeah, that point goes to Brennan. You know, sometimes less is more. And in that case, I could actually feel myself getting a little upset. So, I'm just gonna recover from that. Sam says, let's revisit those predictions for later, shall we? From one of you, you'll have to tell me too. Brennan will physically touch Sam above the waist.
Oh, it's my dream.
I don't think that happened.
No.
From Izzy, I'm gonna fart without anybody knowing it. Izzy, I want you to be honest with me. Did you? You did.
The air horn is really helpful.
Oh, as far as disguising farts is concerned? Or
No, he did fart. Don't gaslight me, Valley. He farted.
the air horn
He
was
fucking farted.
Oh, God. Oh, that's so good.
Okay.
I think in terms of creativity, I have to give that to Brennan as well, bringing Brennan to 26. Players for this next prompt, I am going to require the help of Ash. Would you come out here, please, with the Jack-in-the-Boxes?
Sam?
Oh, sorry. Sam says, please take a Jack-in-the-Box.
Gaslight gatekeep fart boss.
Thank you, Ash.
He said he farted. They just said it.
Sam
I don't want to
says,
rewind it.
Please open your Jack-in-the-Boxes, but Sam also says, don't flinch.
Oh, she farted. Okay. Someone farted. It's probably Valley. Gaslight gatekeep turd boss. Bro, Valley just loves sending college humor videos about turds and farting.
None of you flinched. This finally isn't the monumental thing I wanted it to be. Sam says, Lou, what's your filter?
The area right here between my
That is correct. That is a point for Lou, bringing Lou to 20. Players, that brings us to the end of our game. Give yourselves a hand. That is points away from Izzy and Lou, bringing Izzy to 23 and Lou to 19. Sam says, give yourself a hand.
Take another point away. I don't want it.
I only said hand.
Applaud for yourself.
Give myself a hand. That one was a joke. The points at the end of our game. Izzy with 23, Lou with 19, Brennan with 26 points. You are the winner of this episode. You win a deluxe smart speaker that you can boss around at your leisure. That does it for us here at Game Changer. I am Sam Reich reminding you that whatever I say goes. Unless I say Sam says, don't do as I say. Good night.
Wow, wow. Beautiful. Happy ending. Oh, yes. La, 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 la.
We bought this, all of this, together with you, our mossy earth members, so that we can restore the degraded areas and also protect the wonderfully diverse forest that is left. And we've done so with Freddy, a Quechua man, born and bred in the Amazon rainforest, who asked us to buy this land to protect it.
Later,
and all the
Hunk. Thanks for
wonderful
stopping
species
by.
that live here. And this place, it's incredible.
Wait, my reaction to what?
What a beautiful, busy little red monkey. It's just amazing to see. And right here, in the land that
Is it me or is the audio echoing in a weird way? Is it only when the mic's on?
we are now protecting. As you can imagine, we have a lot to show you because we're spending 2 months here exploring the land and making all sorts of plans for the future. And in this video today, I want to introduce you to this place, to this new project. I want to introduce you to this new video series and also tell you what our purpose is here in this strange place so far from home. But first, let's get some perspective, because the Amazon rainforest is the ultimate temple of biodiversity. It is one of the last places that can truly boast of an uncontrollable and untamable explosion of life in all its wonderful shapes and forms. This place is fueled by bright equatorial sunlight and abundant cloudbursts of rain all year round, which means that growth here is non-stop. It's always spring or summer in the jungle. The greens are always the greenest greens you've seen. All the insects are blooming
Pinky.
all of the time. The birds are always busy with their nests. The frogs are always croaking at night. And the monkeys always seem to have a little baby on their back. Half of the rainfall here is generated by the evaporation from the forest itself. It is an ecosystem that creates its own climate, a rainforest that creates its own rain. And if it's properly sunny and bright, in all likelihood, it'll be hammering it down later. It is a chaotic place where everything competes with everything else for light, for water, and for nutrients. Every morsel of energy is recycled. There is an animal specialized in every niche. And over millions of years, all of this wonderful frenzy of life has found a balance. But we're not really here to do another nature documentary about the Amazon rainforest. We do nature restoration. We do rewilding. And as you can see all around me, there is plenty of potential here for more restoration. We're buying this land in a degraded state.
No, not yet, Kellogg.
Logged for cow pasture
On
and
Snap?
15 for monoculture cacao plantations. There were gold miners trying to buy this land for its many creeks, and balsa wood harvesters that wanted to grow and log balsa wood here. And the nearest oil pipe, it's just down the road. I think that rainforest conservation can be quite the bourgeois pursuit, where we have people who are comfortable, who are well off, telling people who are desperately poor that they need to fix this super complex mess. And those people that transform the primary forest that would have stood proud here, full of life, full of biodiversity, that, transformed that into this horrible mess, I think that they're not at fault. And this is why we as Mossy Earth have never worked in the Amazon. It simply never made sense for us, because we never found a reasonable way in, an idea that was grassroots enough, and one that seemed sustainable in the long run. But all of that changed when Freddy came into the picture.
I am Freddy Walinga. I grew up in the jungle. I was born in the jungle. I grew up here, and I got some opportunity to go to the city to learn Spanish, because my first language is Quechua, and grew up hunting, fishing. When I was a child, I used to say, "Look, I don't want to live in the jungle anymore," because I grew up with my mom farming, harvesting corns. It was a lot of work, like I imagine this in a dry season. I said I want to work in the office, like in the banks. I want to be a director and just sitting in the office. But when I grew up, I changed. My idea changed, because the best.
Oh, you might start to stream on Twitch, Pinky? That would be really cool. I just saw that, sorry.
One thing that Ecuador has done really well is to recognize that indigenous.
I think I'm gonna get offline in a second, but I'm gonna see if there's someone to raid.
Entitled to own the land, and this gave Freddy
Give me 1 minute, guys.
Biking, I was walking, canoeing. Later, I made a few friends around, and I knew. So there were a lot of potential to save this forest and do something. Always in my mind was to do tourism.
and he got to work. His project, Mandaripanga, gives a whole community some extra income through tourism, and that is a good additional reason to consider taking care of their 7,000 hectares of rainforest. It's conservation through economic alignment and not self-righteous preaching. And it is with this in mind that Freddy reached out to Adriana, one of our biologists who had visited Mandaripanga the year before while on holiday. He wanted us to buy and protect this land when it came up for sale. So when the time came, we jumped into action. Adriana worked with Silvana, a lawyer from Quito, to create an Ecuadorian organization. We paid a topographer to map the borders of the land together with Freddy. And when all the papers were done, we beat the competition and bought the land for $185,000 US.
Okay, so there we go. These are the documents, the land documents that are coming back to Europe with us.
Between Freddy, Silvana, and some additional due diligence, the risk was low and well managed, but it was still a pretty stressful process, of course, and I really have to take my hat off to our biologist Adriana, who managed to get this from idea stage to done deal in a little over 3 months. It's really incredible work.
As you know, here at Mossy Earth, we often focus on places and species that aren't as obviously exciting as the mighty Amazon rainforest. And I love that about our work. I love that we work with a snail in a deserted island in the middle of the Atlantic. I love that we work with an abandoned quarry. But I have to admit it as well. This here has been on another level. I just wanted to make the point that this forest protecting this land is already a really great achievement for our little online rewilding community. I mean, we're like a small village of a few thousand people having a really big oversized impact for the number of people that are actually doing these projects. And I would like to remind you that the only way we can do all this is because of our Mossy Earth members, and you can become a member at mossy.earth. Our projects can range from reflooding floodplain forests to create wetlands, all the way to creating coral reefs or even reintroducing important keystone species such as oysters, susliks, or even ocelots. The key thing is trying to bring back nature as efficiently as possible across a wide range of ecosystems. Now, it's about time that we get you located, and for that, I want to bring out a proper map. This is the Amazon rainforest, and our land is here, in the corner, close to the Andes, in the headwaters of the Amazon basin. This region is the most biodiverse place on land because this is where the special conditions of the Andes, the equator, and the Amazon rainforest come together. And the reason we know this is because researchers mapped the species richness of amphibians, birds, mammals, and plants, and found that there were only a few places where diversity was at its peak for all 4 of these groups at the same time. Those are the areas that you can see in red here. And as you can see in this map, that is the Yasuni area, as well as some bits of Peru. So this is clearly a really important place. I mean, it's the most biodiverse place on land, which is why in 1979, the Yasuni National Park was created, providing some form of official protection for more than 1 million hectares. Then, a decade later, in 1989, the UNESCO Biosphere Reserve was created, covering 2.7 million hectares and including the Waorani Ethnic Reserve. The Waorani are one of the indigenous groups of this region of the Amazon, together with many others, such as the Quechua communities, the Sapara in the south, and some of the world's last voluntarily isolated indigenous groups. With this in mind, a no-go zone was declared down here in 1999, with the intention of stopping the expansion of extractive industries. However, as is often the case, much of this has been disrespected. 2 oil roads have carved their way through the national park. The Maxis Road goes from up here all the way into the buffer zone of the no-go area, which breaks with the original purpose of said buffer zone. It damages the rainforest, but above all, it endangers the few people that still live there. And
Okay, Chatteroony. I think I'm gonna get offline. I'm gonna find someone to raid real quick.
So the name of the road should tell you all you need to know. This road is even worse than the Maxus because since it was built in the 1980s, it has led to uncontrolled settlement that year by year is eating into the primary forest around the national park
and transforming it into cattle pasture, oil infrastructure, and monoculture plantations. And our land is here, at the end of a smaller road which branches off from the oil road to meet the current border of the national park. We are far enough from the nearest oil pipe to have some hope that maybe it won't reach us, and just in the right place where cow pastures and cacao plantations meets the pristine rainforest that is left. So it seems to us that this is exactly the right place to try to make a difference. I traveled to the Amazon with Adriana and Tiago, two of our biologists, with Ollie from Ropey Science, who is a rope access genius who likes to climb tall trees and get himself into all sorts of trouble, and with Yulia, my girlfriend turned full-time filmmaker for this occasion. And on the way, we met with Freddy and went to the land together by boat.
Stepping on the land with the right foot. For good luck.
Oh, this is crazy.
Jenna, how does it feel?
I have no words. It's insane. Yeah.
And here we are.
Of course. Thank you guys for hanging out with me.
Time to get to work.
I appreciate you guys. We're gonna raid Luna Lyric. I think she's streaming with Skyhook. I think they might be AFK right now, but we're gonna raid them anyways. So join the Twitch chat for the raid.
Heavy Amazonian thunderstorm that welcomed us to the rain.
Thank you guys so much for being here. I should be back very soon. Get in the raid, guys. Get in the raid. Okay, I love you guys. Bye. Love you. See you later.
With the drone, which is why Tiago over here is getting ready to send the drone on a mission to at least get a sort of an initial survey of the land to see if it matches with the maps that we have.
No,
You're
no,
all my
no,
favorite.
it's not.